Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog clung to the Surrey countryside like a lover reluctant to part, its cool tendrils caressing the autumn damp grass. Through this milky veil came the distant melancholy whistle of the last evening train, its echo lingering in the air like a half-forgotten melody. And there, moving slowly along the edge of the railway embankment, a curious light swayed, a silver lantern carried by a solitary figure, its glow somehow different from the ordinary yellow lamps that typically guided railway workers through the gathering darkness. It was September of 1895, and the changing seasons had brought with them a peculiar mystery to the sleepy villages nestled among the rolling hills of Surrey. The silver lantern would not have warranted particular attention, perhaps, had it not been for the fact that by morning its bearer, one Thomas Whitley, a punctual and unremarkable railway clerk of 14 years' standing, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only that unusual lantern, found abandoned beside the tracks, its light extinguished as thoroughly as the man himself. In London, some 30 miles distant, an unseasonably chilly rain tapped against the windows of 221B Baker Street, where Sherlock Holmes sat in his familiar armchair, long fingers steepled beneath his chin. The fire in the grate cast dancing shadows across the cluttered room, the flames occasionally sputtering as a drop of rainwater found its way down the chimney. The air held the comforting scent of pipe tobacco, old books, and the faint lingering aroma of Mrs. Hudson's beef stew from supper. "I must say, Holmes, this weather does little to invite outdoor investigation," remarked Dr. John Watson, looking up from his evening newspaper with a slight shiver. One might hope that the criminal classes would show similar reluctance to venture out on such a night. A thin smile crossed Holmes's austere features. "On the contrary, my dear Watson, such weather provides the perfect concealment for those with mischief in mind. The footprint is washed away, the witness peers through rain-speckled spectacles, and all manner of activity can be disguised by the simple curtain of nature's own making." He gestured toward the window, where London had all but disappeared behind sheets of rain. "Even now, I suspect, somewhere in our great metropolis, an interesting problem is unfolding itself, waiting only for the proper mind to unravel it." As if summoned by this pronouncement, the doorbell rang downstairs, a sharp, urgent peal that suggested the caller had little patience for the inclement weather. A client at this hour? Watson closed his newspaper, his interest piqued despite himself. And in such weather? "A matter of some urgency, then," Holmes replied, rising from his chair with the sudden animation that always accompanied the prospect of a challenging case. "Note the repeated ringing, Watson. Our visitor has travelled some distance and is most eager to speak with us." Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread on the stairs was followed by a knock at the door. "Mr. Holmes? A gentleman to see you. Says it's most urgent. He's dripping all over my clean floors, I might add." "Send him up, Mrs. Hudson, and perhaps some hot tea to prevent the onset of pneumonia," Holmes called, moving to stand before the fire, his tall, lean figure silhouetted against the warm glow. The man who entered moments later indeed bore the marks of considerable travel in unfavourable conditions. His overcoat was sodden, his boots muddied, and his face, when he removed his dripping hat, showed the pallor of one who had endured both physical discomfort and considerable anxiety. He was of middle age, with the neat appearance and careful manner of a man accustomed to precision in his work. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes?" he inquired, his voice carrying the soft accent of Surrey. "I am Edward Pemberton, station master at Weybridge. I've come about a most disturbing matter." "Please, Mr. Pemberton, warm yourself by the fire," Watson offered, taking the man's wet coat and hat. "You've travelled from Surrey in this downpour?" "I have, sir, and would not have done so were the matter less serious." Pemberton moved gratefully toward the fire, extending his hands toward the warmth. "One of my clerks has vanished, Mr. Holmes, under the most peculiar circumstances." Holmes gestured to an empty chair. "Pray, take a seat, and tell us the particulars. Omit nothing, however trivial it may seem to you." As the station master settled himself, Mrs. Hudson appeared with a tray bearing a steaming pot of tea and cups. The homely ritual of pouring the amber liquid seemed to settle Pemberton's nerves somewhat, and after taking a fortifying sip, he began his tale. "Thomas Whitley has been in my employ for 14 years, Mr. Holmes. A more reliable man you could not hope to find. Punctual, meticulous, honest to a fault. He has never missed a day's work, never been late, never given me the slightest cause for concern." Pemberton shook his head, as if still unable to reconcile his experience with recent events. "Until yesterday," Holmes prompted, his keen grey eyes fixed on the station-master's face. "Until yesterday," Pemberton confirmed. "Whitley was responsible for the evening check of the line between Weybridge and the next station at Byfleet. A routine matter, walking the track to ensure all is in order before the night mail comes through. He left at his usual time, just after 7, carrying his lantern." "A standard railway lantern?" Holmes inquired. "That's just it, Mr. Holmes. No. For the past week, Whitley had been using a silver lantern of unusual design. When I inquired about it, he said it had been his father's, who had worked the railways before him. I thought nothing of it at the time." Pemberton's fingers tightened around his teacup. "Whitley should have returned by 9. When he did not, I sent 2 men to search for him along his route. They found nothing but his lantern, abandoned beside the track about 2 miles from the station. Of Whitley himself there was no sign." Holmes leaned forward slightly. "This lantern, where is it now?" "I brought it with me." Pemberton reached into a small bag he had carried, withdrawing an object wrapped in cloth. "I thought it might be important." As he unwrapped the lantern and placed it on the small table between them, both Holmes and Watson leaned closer with interest. It was indeed an unusual item, crafted of silver rather than the typical brass or iron of railway lanterns, its design more ornate, with delicate filigree work around the glass panels. Even unlit, there was something compelling about the object, as if it held secrets within its tarnished surface. Holmes lifted the lantern carefully, turning it in his long fingers, examining every detail with his customary thoroughness. "Most interesting," he murmured. "Not a standard railway issue, certainly. The workmanship suggests it dates from perhaps 30 years ago, and here," he indicated a small engraving on the base. "Initials, J.W. Not Thomas Whitley, then." "His father was named Joseph," Pemberton offered, "so we may presume the lantern's provenance is genuine." Holmes set the lantern down and fixed the station-master with a penetrating gaze. "Tell me, Mr. Pemberton, have you noticed any change in Whitley's behaviour recently? Any deviation from his usual habits or temperament?" Pemberton hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Now that you mention it, yes. Nothing dramatic, you understand, but for the past month or so he seemed preoccupied, and he had taken to walking the line during his off hours as well, particularly in the evenings when the fog came in. When I asked him about it, he said he found it peaceful. I had no reason to doubt him." "And the section of track he patrolled? Is there anything of note along it? Anything that might attract particular interest or attention?" "It's a quiet stretch, Mr. Holmes. There's the old Fordham Tunnel about 1.5 miles from the station, and beyond that the line passes close to Crossfield Woods. Otherwise, it's just open countryside until you reach Byfleet." Holmes rose suddenly, moving to the window to peer out at the rain-slick streets of London. "The police have been notified, I presume?" "Yes, though they seem to think Whitley has simply left his position without notice. They suggested he might have family troubles or debts that prompted a hasty departure." Pemberton's tone made it clear he gave little credence to this theory. "But I know the man, Mr. Holmes. He would never abandon his post without a word. And then there's the lantern." "Indeed." Holmes turned back to face the room, his expression thoughtful. "A most curious case, Mr. Pemberton. I shall take it. Watson and I will travel to Weybridge first thing tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I suggest you return and say nothing of your visit to me. Observe your staff closely for any unusual behaviour, but do not arouse suspicion." Relief washed over the station-master's tired face. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I knew you would understand the seriousness of the matter." After Pemberton had departed, fortified by tea and the promise of Holmes's assistance, Watson turned to his friend with undisguised curiosity. "What do you make of it, Holmes?" Holmes had reclaimed the silver lantern and was examining it once more in the firelight. "Several possibilities present themselves, Watson, though it would be premature to favour any theory without further data. But consider, a railway clerk, a man of rigid habit and reliability, suddenly begins walking the tracks at odd hours, carrying an heirloom lantern. He vanishes, leaving only this curious object behind. He held the lantern up, allowing the firelight to play across its silver surface. The lantern itself may be significant or merely incidental, but one thing is clear. There is more to this case than a simple disappearance, Watson finished. Precisely. Holmes placed the lantern carefully on the mantelpiece. Pack your bag, my friend. I suspect the Surrey countryside will offer us a more stimulating climate than these London rains, regardless of the weather. The following morning found them on the early train to Weybridge, the city giving way to the gentle undulations of the Surrey landscape. The rain had passed during the night, leaving behind a world washed clean, though tendrils of mist still clung to the hollows and low places as the train made its way southward. Watson gazed out at the passing scenery, the fresh greens and golds of early autumn creating a tapestry of colour that seemed at odds with their sombre mission. Beautiful country, he remarked. One would hardly imagine it harbouring any mystery darker than perhaps which neighbouring village makes the superior jam. Holmes, seated opposite, had spent much of the journey in silent contemplation, his sharp profile outlined against the window. Now he smiled faintly at Watson's observation. The countryside, my dear Watson, conceals its secrets as effectively as any city labyrinth, perhaps more so. Urban crime shouts, rural crime whispers, and sometimes the whisper carries further. The train began to slow as they approached Weybridge Station, a modest structure of red brick and timber that served the surrounding villages and hamlets. Pemberton was waiting for them on the platform, his anxious expression, suggesting no new developments had emerged to explain his clerk's disappearance. "No word from Whitley, I presume?" Holmes asked as they descended from the carriage. "None, Mr. Holmes. And there's something else. Something I didn't mention yesterday." Pemberton lowered his voice, though the platform was nearly deserted. "It seems Whitley is not the first railway man to vanish from this line. 3 years ago, before I was appointed station master here, a signalman named Corray disappeared under similar circumstances. The matter was never resolved." Holmes's eyes sharpened with interest. "Indeed? And was Corray also in the habit of patrolling the tracks during off hours?" "I couldn't say for certain, Mr. Holmes, but I've made inquiries among the older staff and there are rumours that he too carried an unusual lantern during his final days." "Most illuminating, Mr. Pemberton." Holmes glanced around the station with new attentiveness. "I would like to examine Whitley's quarters and personal effects, if that can be arranged, and then to walk the section of track where the lantern was found." "Of course." Whitley occupied rooms above the station office, simple accommodations provided as part of his position. "I've left everything untouched as you requested in your telegram." The rooms in question were indeed modest. A small sitting room with a coal stove, a bedroom barely large enough for its narrow bed and washstand, and a tiny kitchen area. Everything was meticulously neat, reflecting the ordered mind of its occupant. Holmes moved through the space with careful precision, his eyes missing nothing. "A man of simple habits and few possessions," he observed, opening a small writing desk. "No correspondence of a personal nature, I note. No photographs of family or loved ones. Our Mr. Whitley appears to have lived a solitary existence." "He never spoke of family," Pemberton confirmed from the doorway. "I had assumed they had passed on." Holmes carefully examined the contents of the desk drawers, a few official railway documents, a small ledger containing household accounts, a railway timetable with certain trains marked with a small cross in the margin. This last item he slipped into his pocket before continuing his search. "Watson, observe these books." Holmes indicated a small shelf containing perhaps a dozen volumes. "What do you make of them?" Watson stepped closer, examining the titles. A curious collection, several technical works on railway signals and operations as one might expect, but also some rather scholarly texts on ancient symbols and codes, a volume on naval flag communications, and— he pulled out a slim book bound in faded green cloth. A treatise on the use of light signals in smuggling operations during the Napoleonic Wars. Not the typical reading material for a railway clerk, I should think. No, indeed. Holmes's expression was one of growing interest. Our Mr. Whitley had intellectual interests beyond his station, it seems. Most promising. After completing his examination of the rooms, Holmes requested to see the exact spot where Whitley's lantern had been found. Pemberton led them along the track, the three men walking in single file along the narrow path beside the rails. The morning mist had begun to lift, but still hung in patches, particularly as they approached a stretch where the line curved gently around a low wooded hill. It was just here, Pemberton indicated a spot where the gravel beside the track appeared slightly disturbed. The lantern was sitting upright on the embankment, its light extinguished. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, nothing to indicate what might have happened to Whitley. Holmes crouched down, examining the ground with his pocket magnifying glass. After several minutes of careful scrutiny, he rose, brushing the dust from his knees. The recent rain has obscured much, but not all. There were at least 3 people here that night, Whitley and 2 others. See here. He pointed to a barely perceptible depression in the gravel. A man's boot, size 11, unusual wear pattern on the heel suggesting a slight limp, and here, he moved a few feet away, another set of prints partially overlapping Whitley's own. The 3 stood in conversation, I believe, before moving off in that direction. He pointed toward the woods that crowned the nearby hill. "Remarkable, Holmes," Watson exclaimed. "You can determine all that from these faint impressions." "The ground holds its memories, Watson, for those who know how to read them." Holmes was already moving toward the woods, his keen eyes scanning the ground as he went. "Come, the day grows older, and I suspect our missing clerk has left us more than one breadcrumb to follow." The path leading into Crossfield Woods was barely more than a game trail, winding among ancient oaks and beeches whose branches met overhead, creating a cathedral-like atmosphere of dappled light and deep shadow. The undergrowth was sparse, the forest floor carpeted with fallen leaves that whispered beneath their feet. There was a hushed quality to the air, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting. "These woods," Holmes inquired of Pemberton, "do they have any particular history or reputation in the area?" The station-master hesitated. "There are tales, Mr. Holmes, as there are about most old woods in the countryside. Local legend says they were once used by smugglers bringing goods inland from the coast. Secret paths, hidden caches, the usual rural folklore. I've never given it much credence myself." "Folklore often contains kernels of historical truth," Holmes observed, pausing to examine a tree trunk where the bark had been recently scarred. "Interesting. This mark is fresh, made within the last week, I should say, and deliberately with a sharp instrument, not random damage." Watson leaned closer. "It resembles a crude arrow, pointing deeper into the woods. Or a signal of some kind." Holmes continued along the path, his pace quickening slightly. "The plot thickens, gentlemen. I believe our missing railway clerk may have stumbled upon something far more complex than simple rural smuggling." As they ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, the trees more densely packed. The path wound around a massive fallen oak, its upturned roots creating a natural barrier, and then opened suddenly into a small clearing. At the centre stood the remains of an old stone structure, perhaps once a forester's cottage or gamekeeper's shelter, now reduced to crumbling walls and a partially collapsed roof. Holmes approached the ruin cautiously, signalling for the others to remain at the edge of the clearing. He circled the structure once, examining the ground and walls with meticulous care, before gesturing them forward. "This place has seen recent use," he announced, indicating the cleared area around the cottage entrance and the relative lack of debris inside. "Someone has taken pains to make it habitable after a fashion, and look here." He pointed to a dark stain on the remaining section of wooden floor. "Blood, I fear, and not more than 2 days old." Watson knelt to examine the stain, his medical training immediately evident in his methodical assessment. "Not a large quantity, Holmes, consistent with an injury rather than something more fatal. Let us hope you are correct, Doctor." Holmes was already exploring the rest of the interior, his sharp eyes noting every detail. In one corner, partially hidden beneath a loose stone, he discovered a small leather-bound notebook. Leafing through it quickly, his expression grew increasingly grave. "Gentlemen," he said finally, "I believe we're dealing with something considerably more serious than the disappearance of a solitary railway clerk. This notebook contains coded entries, dates, times, and most significantly, references to shipments moving along the railway line. Whitley was either involved in, or investigating, a sophisticated smuggling operation using the railways as its primary means of transport." "Smuggling?" Pemberton looked aghast. "But what could possibly be worth smuggling in these modern times? We're not in the days of French brandy and Dutch tobacco anymore." "The item matters less than its prohibited status," Holmes replied. Whatever is being moved along your railway, Mr. Pemberton, someone believes it valuable enough to risk criminal charges and possibly violence to protect their operation, and our missing clerk with his silver lantern appears to have played some role in this drama. But was he a participant or investigator? Watson wondered aloud. A man with his reputation for honesty seems an unlikely smuggler. Indeed, Holmes tucked the notebook into his coat pocket. And therein lies our most pressing question. For if Thomas Whitley discovered this operation and attempted to expose it, his disappearance takes on a far more sinister aspect. The three men stood in the dimly lit ruin, the woods around them silent save for the occasional call of a bird or rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. Through gaps in the canopy above, shafts of sunlight pierced the gloom, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny ephemeral stars. In that moment of stillness, it seemed as if the very forest was holding its secrets close, reluctant to yield them even to Holmes' probing intellect. "What now, Holmes?" Watson asked quietly. "Now, my dear Watson, we return to the village. I must send several telegrams, one to my brother Mycroft, whose position in the government may provide insights into what exactly is being transported on these railways, and another to Inspector Lestrade. This case, I fear, will require official sanction before its conclusion." Holmes's expression was resolute as he gazed once more around the clearing. "And tonight, when darkness falls and the mist returns to these valleys, we shall see if the silver lantern's light reveals more than just the railway tracks." As they made their way back through the woods toward the railway line, the September sun began its slow descent toward the western hills, casting long shadows across the Surrey countryside. The peaceful scene, rolling fields dotted with sheep, distant church spires rising above clusters of red-tiled roofs, the gentle curve of the railway cutting through it all, belied the undercurrents of mystery and potential danger that Holmes had begun to unravel. Behind them, Crossfield Wood stood dark against the afternoon sky, guarding its secrets for a little while longer. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the platform of Weybridge Station as Holmes, Watson and Pemberton returned from their expedition to Crossfield Woods. The rural quiet was momentarily broken by the arrival of the 3:15 train from London, its steam billowing in great white clouds that caught the slanting light, before dissipating into the clear autumn air. A handful of passengers disembarked, a gentleman farmer returning from business in the city, two ladies with shopping parcels, a commercial traveller with his sample case, all moving with the unhurried pace of country life, nodding familiar greetings to the station master as they passed. "I shall need access to your telegraph office, Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said as they watched the train pull away, its rhythmic chugging fading into the distance, "and perhaps a complete schedule of all trains that pass through Weybridge, particularly those that run during the night-time hours." "Of course, Mr. Holmes. This way." Pemberton led them into the station building, a modest structure of Victorian red brick with a slate roof and wooden trim painted in the railway company's distinctive green. Inside, the ticket office was manned by a young clerk who looked up with evident curiosity as they entered. "This is Robert Finch," Pemberton introduced him. "Finch, these gentlemen are Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. They're assisting with the inquiry into Whitley's disappearance." The young man's eyes widened. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes? From London? I've read about your cases in the Strand, sir. It's an honour." Holmes acknowledged the recognition with a slight nod. "Mr. Finch, how long have you worked at this station?" 3 years come November, sir." "Then you would have known Mr. Whitley quite well." "Yes, sir, he trained me when I first came." Finch hesitated. "It's not like him to disappear like this. Mr. Whitley was always proper, always by the book. Did you notice any change in his behaviour recently? Any deviation from his usual habits or routines?" Finch considered the question, his youthful face furrowed in concentration. "Well, there was the lantern, of course. He'd always used the standard railway issue before, then suddenly he's carrying this fancy silver thing. And he'd been staying late, even after his shift ended. Said he was keeping an eye on things, whatever that meant. Did he ever mention anything about unusual cargo moving through the station? Shipments that arrived or departed at odd hours, perhaps?" A shadow of uncertainty crossed Finch's face. "Not directly, no, but—" He glanced at Pemberton, then back to Holmes. "There have been goods wagons attached to the night mail recently, unscheduled additions that aren't on the regular manifest. When I asked about them, Mr. Whitley told me it was Best not to inquire too closely into railway business above our station. I thought it odd, him saying that, when usually he was so particular about every detail being properly recorded. Holmes exchanged a significant glance with Watson. Most interesting. And these unscheduled wagons, were they sealed? Could you determine their contents? They were locked, sir, but not sealed with the company's official lead tags. As for the contents, Finch shrugged. No markings, no documentation that I ever saw. They'd be attached here and then detached at various stations further down the line. Guildford sometimes, or Farnham. Occasionally they'd go all the way to Portsmouth. Portsmouth, Holmes repeated softly, a thoughtful expression crossing his angular features. A port city. Most suggestive. Pemberton was looking increasingly troubled. I was not aware of any such irregular additions to the trains, Mr. Holmes. This is most concerning. It seems, Mr. Pemberton, that there are several layers to the operations at your station. Holmes turned back to the young clerk. Mr. Finch, when did these unusual wagons first begin to appear? About 6 months ago, sir. Not regularly at first. Perhaps once a fortnight. But lately it's been more frequent. 2 or 3 times a week, always on the night mail. And always the same destinations. Not always, no. But they do seem to follow a pattern, though I couldn't say exactly what it is. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, Mr. Finch. You've been most helpful. Now, Mr. Pemberton, that telegraph. Office, if you please. In the small wood-panelled room that housed the telegraph equipment, Holmes composed 2 messages with his customary precision. The first, addressed to his brother Mycroft at Whitehall, was written in a personal cipher that Watson recognised from previous cases. The second was directed to Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard, requesting his presence in Weybridge on a matter of some urgency involving potential violation of customs laws and possible violent crime. With the telegrams dispatched, Holmes turned his attention to the railway schedules that Pemberton had provided. He spread them on the desk, his keen eyes scanning the columns of times and destinations. The night mail arrives at Weybridge at precisely 11:42 p.m, he observed, and departs at 11:47. A brief window for adding or removing wagons, but sufficient in the hands of those who know their business. The railway sidings where additional wagons would be held are just beyond the northern end of the platform, Pemberton explained. A simple matter to shunt them onto the main line when the mail train stops. And who would have authority to order such additions to the train? That would require documentation from the Central Railway Office in London signed by a senior official, all very proper and above board. Yet it seems these particular additions have bypassed the usual channels, Holmes mused. Someone with influence within the railway system then, or with sufficient authority to ensure that questions are not asked. He tapped the schedule thoughtfully. Watson, I believe we shall be taking a nocturnal journey tonight. The night mail should prove most instructive. As dusk began to settle over the Surrey countryside, Holmes suggested they retire to the local inn for an early supper. The Green Man was a venerable establishment dating back to Tudor times, its low-beamed ceilings and uneven floors speaking to centuries of history. The common room was warm and inviting, scented with wood smoke and the rich aromas of roasting meat and fresh bread. A fire crackled in the massive stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across whitewashed walls adorned with horse brasses and old hunting prints. An excellent vantage point, Holmes remarked as they were shown to a table near the window, which afforded a view of the village high street and in the distance the railway station. One can observe much of the local life from here. The innkeeper, a jovial man with ruddy cheeks and a magnificent set of mutton-chop whiskers, welcomed them warmly. Gentlemen, a pleasure to have visitors from London. We don't get many this time of year. Mostly summer tourists come to walk the downs or fish the river. We're here on business rather than pleasure, Watson explained. Investigation into a disappearance. Ah, you'll be looking into poor Mr. Whitley going missing then. The innkeeper nodded sagely. Peculiar business that. Not like him at all from what I hear. Regular as clockwork was Mr. Whitley. Came in every Sunday after church for his roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. The same table by the fire never varied in 14 years. Did he ever speak of his work at the station? Holmes inquired casually. Or perhaps mention anything unusual happening there? Not one for idle chatter was Mr. Whitley. Kept himself to himself mostly. The innkeeper hesitated. Though now you mention it, there was something odd about a month back. He was sitting over there by the fire and a stranger came in. A gentleman in a city suit, not a local face. They spoke for a while, quite intense-like. I couldn't hear what was said, but Mr. Whitley seemed upset after the man left. Drank his ale straight down and went off without finishing his meal, which wasn't like him at all. Can you describe this stranger? Tall fellow, well-dressed. Had the look of a solicitor or perhaps a banker. Carried a silver-topped walking stick, I remember that clearly, and he had a scar. Here. The innkeeper traced a line from the corner of his right eye down toward his mouth. Old wound, looked like. Most observant of you, Holmes commented with approval. Did this gentleman give a name? Not to me, no. But he paid for his drink with a guinea and told me to keep the change. Generous, that was. The innkeeper chuckled. Makes an impression, that sort of thing. After the innkeeper had taken their order and moved away, Watson leaned closer across the table. A connection to our missing clerk, Holmes? Possibly. A man from the city, well-heeled, with a distinctive scar and a tendency toward generous tipping, should be identifiable, should we need to find him. Holmes glanced around the common room, which was beginning to fill with local patrons as evening settled in. Observe the gentleman at the bar, Watson, the one in the tweed jacket with leather patches at the elbows. Watson cast a casual glance in the indicated direction. The schoolmaster type. What of him? Note how he watches us while pretending not to. He's been nursing the same half-pint since we arrived, his attention far more focused on our conversation than on his drink. And there's mud on his boots, fresh mud, with traces of the same distinctive reddish clay we observed in Crossfield Woods. You think he's connected to Whitley's disappearance? I think, my dear Watson, that our presence in this sleepy village has not gone unnoticed, and that the ripples of our investigation are already disturbing waters that some would prefer remained still. Holmes kept his voice low, his manner outwardly relaxed despite his words. We are being watched, and our activities reported. The question is, to whom? Their supper arrived, a hearty country meal of lamb stew, fresh bread, and vegetables from the inn's kitchen garden. As they ate, Holmes maintained a casual but comprehensive surveillance of the room, noting each patron who entered or departed, every conversation conducted in hushed tones, each glance directed their way. Watson, accustomed to his friend's methods, followed his lead, keeping their own conversation light and unrevealing. As they were finishing their meal, the door to the inn opened to admit a new arrival, a tall, dignified gentleman whose immaculate attire and authoritative bearing marked him immediately as someone of importance. He paused just inside the threshold, surveying the room with the air of one accustomed to command, then moved purposefully toward their table. "Mr. Holmes, I presume?" The gentleman's voice was cultured, his diction precise. "I am Sir William Fordham. I understand you're making inquiries regarding the disappearance of a railway employee." Holmes rose, extending his hand. "Sir William, your reputation precedes you. The local magistrate, I believe, and principal landowner in these parts. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson." Sir William nodded acknowledgement to Watson, then gestured to the empty chair at their table. "May I join you? I believe there are matters we should discuss." "By all means." Holmes signalled to the innkeeper for another glass as Sir William settled his imposing frame into the chair. "I confess to some surprise at your prompt awareness of our presence. News travels swiftly in rural communities, it seems." A thin smile crossed Sir William's aristocratic features. "In a village this size, Mr. Holmes, the arrival of London's foremost consulting detective hardly goes unremarked, particularly when his inquiries touch upon matters of local concern." He accepted the glass of port the innkeeper placed before him with a murmured thanks. "I understand you've been investigating Crossfield Woods today." "Words travel fast indeed." Holmes regarded Sir William with heightened interest. "The woods form part of your estate, I believe." "They do, which is why I found it curious that neither you nor Station Master Pemberton thought to seek permission before venturing onto private property." "An oversight for which I apologise," Holmes replied smoothly. "The urgency of our investigation—" Sir William waved a dismissive hand. "No matter. I'm not here to quibble over trespassing. I'm concerned about the nature of your investigation itself. Thomas Whitley's disappearance is unfortunate, of course, but hardly a matter requiring the attention of Sherlock Holmes. Unless—" He paused, his penetrating gaze fixed on Holmes. "Unless you suspect something beyond a simple case of a man abandoning his post. We follow the evidence where it leads us, Sir William. At present, that evidence suggests Mr. Whitley's disappearance may be connected to certain irregularities in railway operations." "Irregularities?" Sir William's expression remained impassive, but Watson, watching closely, detected a subtle tensing of the man's shoulders. What sort of irregularities? Unscheduled goods wagons attached to the night mail, unusual signal patterns, coded messages. Holmes enumerated these points, casually, as if discussing the weather, but his eyes never left Sir William's face, all suggesting an operation of some sophistication. Sir William sipped his port, his composure unruffled. The railway is the lifeblood of commerce, Mr. Holmes. There are always fluctuations in scheduling, adjustments made to accommodate business needs. Nothing sinister in that. Indeed not. Yet when such adjustments occur without proper documentation, when railway employees begin to disappear when blood is found in abandoned cottages, one begins to wonder what manner of business needs are being served. For a moment, silence hung between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Then Sir William set his glass down with deliberate precision. Mr. Holmes, let me be direct. The prosperity of this region depends upon the smooth operation of its transportation networks. Disruptions, whether caused by overzealous investigations or other factors, affect many innocent lives. I would urge you to consider the broader implications of your actions here. I always consider the implications of my actions, Sir William, including the implications of allowing criminal enterprises to operate unchecked, regardless of their economic benefits to a region. Holmes's tone remained cordial, but there was steel beneath the civility. But perhaps you could assist us. With your extensive knowledge of local affairs, you might provide insights that would expedite our investigation. I'm afraid my knowledge of railway operations is limited to schedules and fares, Mr. Holmes. But should you require any information about the history or geography of the area, I am at your disposal. Sir William rose, his imposing height accentuated by the low ceiling of the inn. Now I must bid you good evening. I have duties to attend to, but I do hope we'll speak again before you conclude your business here. As Sir William departed, nodding acknowledgments to various locals who respectfully touched their foreheads as he passed, Watson leaned closer to Holmes. Not exactly a warm welcome from the local squire. No, indeed. Holmes watched the doorway through which Sir William had disappeared, his expression thoughtful. Most revealing, wouldn't you say? He made no direct inquiry as to what we've discovered, yet was clearly concerned about our presence in the woods. And note his emphasis on the economic importance of the railway, a curious point to stress when discussing a missing employee. You think he's involved in whatever's happening here? I think, Watson, that Sir William Fordham is a man accustomed to control, over his estate, this village, perhaps even the local stretch of railway. Our presence represents an unknown variable in his carefully ordered domain, and he sought to assess the threat we might pose. Holmes checked his pocket watch. It's nearly 9. We should return to the station. The night mail arrives in less than 3 hours, and I wish to be properly positioned well. Before then... The evening had deepened into full darkness by the time they left the Green Man, the village street illuminated only by the occasional glow of a window lamp and the waxing moon that hung like a silver coin in the clear September sky. The air had grown chill with the onset of night, carrying the scents of wood smoke and damp earth. Their footsteps echoed softly on the cobblestones as they made their way toward the station. Pemberton was waiting for them in his office, a small tidy room adjacent to the ticket hall. A desk lamp cast a pool of warm light over the papers spread before him, and a coal fire burned low in the small grate. "Any word from your colleagues in London, Mr. Holmes?" "Not yet, though I expect responses by morning." Holmes moved to study a large map of the railway network that hung on the wall. "Tell me, Mr. Pemberton, about this section of track." He indicated the stretch between Weybridge and Byfleet. "You mentioned a tunnel. Fordham Tunnel, I believe." "Yes, just here." Pemberton pointed to a spot on the map. "It's not a long tunnel, perhaps a quarter-mile at most. Built when the line was first laid to pass through a ridge rather than go around it. Saves considerable distance. And it bears the name of our local magistrate. His family land, I presume? The Fordhams have owned most of the land hereabouts for generations. Sir William's grandfather was one of the principal investors in the railway when it was first proposed. Maintaining a financial interest in the line would be prudent for a landowner whose prosperity depends upon it," Holmes observed. "Does Sir William continue his family's involvement with the railway company?" "He sits on the regional board of directors, I believe, though I've never had direct dealings with him in that capacity." Pemberton hesitated. "Mr. Holmes, you should know. Sir William is a man of considerable influence. if he takes an interest in your investigation. He already has, Mr. Pemberton. We had the pleasure of his company at dinner." Holmes turned from the map. "Now, regarding tonight's observation of the night mail, I propose that Watson and I position ourselves near the tunnel entrance. From there, we should be able to observe any unusual activity without being easily detected." "You believe something will happen tonight?" Watson asked. "The pattern Mr. Finch described suggests the unscheduled wagons appear 2 to 3 times weekly. Tonight being Wednesday, and with no such additions having been reported since Sunday, probability favours some activity. And if our presence in the village has been noted, as I believe it has, those involved may feel pressure to move their goods before our investigation proceeds further." Pemberton looked uneasy. "Should I alert the local constable?" "Not yet. Observation is our priority tonight, gathering evidence rather than making arrests. Besides, involving local authorities at this stage might prove counterproductive." Holmes' tone suggested he had reservations about the independence of the village constabulary from Sir William's influence. As the hour approached 11, Holmes and Watson made their way along the railway track toward Fordham Tunnel. They moved quietly through the darkness, Holmes leading the way with a silver lantern, now relit, held low to illuminate their path while minimising the chance of detection. The night had grown colder, and a light mist had begun to form in the low-lying areas, curling around their ankles as they walked. "Keep your voice down, Watson," Holmes murmured as they approached the tunnel entrance. "Sound carries deceptively in such places." The tunnel mouth loomed before them, a perfect arch of blackness against the starlit sky. Built of solid brick and faced with dressed stone, it presented a formidable appearance, its entrance flanked by sturdy abutments designed to withstand the pressures of the earth it penetrated. A small maintenance path ran alongside the tracks into the darkness, barely wide enough for a man to walk safely when a train passed. "We'll position ourselves just inside," Holmes decided, examining the entrance. "There's sufficient room beside the tracks, and the shadows will conceal us from casual observation. From there, we can watch both the approach to the tunnel and any activity within it." "Won't the train driver see the lantern as he approaches?" Watson asked, eyeing the silver lamp in Holmes's hand. "That's why we'll keep it shuttered until needed. Besides, this is not an ordinary railway lantern. Observe." Holmes adjusted something on the base of the lamp, and the light changed subtly, taking on a bluish tinge. A coloured filter, cleverly designed to be rotated into position. The blue light is less visible at a distance, particularly in fog or mist. They positioned themselves just within the tunnel mouth, finding a recessed maintenance alcove that offered both concealment and a clear view of the tracks. The air inside was cool and damp, carrying the lingering scents of coal smoke and engine oil from passing trains. Occasional droplets of water fell from the arched ceiling, creating a random, gentle percussion in the darkness. "How long until the night mail arrives?" Watson whispered, checking his watch by the dim light of the lantern. "Approximately 20 minutes. It's due at Weybridge at 11:42. Holmes had shuttered the lantern to a mere sliver of light, just enough to see their immediate surroundings. "Listen, Watson. The silence of the railway at night. There's something almost alive about it, wouldn't you say? The tracks holding their breath, waiting for the thunder of wheels and the hiss of steam." Watson was about to reply when a sound reached them. Not the expected distant rumble of an approaching train, but the soft crunch of footsteps on gravel. Someone was coming along the track from the direction opposite to the station. Holmes immediately closed the lantern completely, plunging them into darkness. They pressed back into the alcove, scarcely breathing as the footsteps drew nearer. A faint light appeared, bobbing slightly with the movement of its bearer. Another lantern, though not the distinctive silver one that Whitley had carried. The figure that emerged into the moonlight at the tunnel entrance was that of a man of medium height, dressed in dark clothing that blended with the night. He paused, holding his lantern high as he surveyed the area, then made a soft, owl-like hooting sound. After a moment, an answering hoot came from further down the track toward the station. Holmes's hand closed on Watson's arm in a silent signal to remain absolutely still. They watched as the man set his lantern down beside the tracks and began to make adjustments to a switch mechanism that Watson hadn't previously noticed. The switch, it appeared, controlled access to a secondary set of tracks, a siding that branched off from the main line just before the tunnel entrance. More footsteps approached, and a second figure joined the first. They conversed in low tones, their voices barely audible where Holmes and Watson concealed themselves. Right on schedule, the wagon will be the third from the rear, and the documentation? All arranged. No one will question it once it reaches Portsmouth. Sir William is certain. When has he ever been wrong about these things? Just do your job and don't ask questions. The mention of Sir William's name caused Holmes to tighten his grip on Watson's arm. They remained motionless as the men continued their work on the switch mechanism, occasionally consulting pocket watches as the minutes ticked by. In the distance, the faint but unmistakable sound of an approaching train could now be heard, a rhythmic chugging that grew steadily louder. The men at the switch straightened, one picking up the lantern and moving to stand beside the track, while the other retreated to the shadows near the tunnel entrance, uncomfortably close to Holmes and Watson's hiding place. The train rounded the curve, its powerful headlamp cutting through the night, steam billowing from its funnel as it began to slow for the approach to Weybridge Station. The man with the lantern stepped forward, raising and lowering his light in a distinct pattern. 3 long sweeps followed by 2 short. A signal, Watson realised, visible to someone on the train but unlikely to be noticed or understood by casual observers. As the train passed their position, moving at a much reduced speed, Watson caught a glimpse of faces in the few lit passenger compartments, travellers dozing or reading, unaware of the drama unfolding along the darkened stretch of track. The goods wagons followed, their bulk dark against the night sky. And then, just as the men had discussed, the third wagon from the end detached from the train with a metallic clunk, rolling slowly toward the siding as the switch diverted its path. The manoeuvre was executed with practiced precision. The disconnected wagon guided onto the siding while the rest of the train continued toward the station. The man with the lantern quickly reset the switch to its normal position, ensuring the main line remained clear for the train's eventual departure from Weybridge. "Well done," a new voice spoke from the darkness. Cultured, authoritative, familiar. Sir William Fordham stepped into view, his tall figure unmistakable even in the dim light. "No complications?" "None, sir. Clean separation just as planned. It'll be in the shed within the hour, ready for unloading." "Excellent. Our buyers are waiting. See that the contents are distributed according to schedule." Sir William turned, about to leave, then paused. "Any sign of our London visitors?" "Not since they returned to the inn after dinner, sir, but we've got eyes on them." "Keep it that way. Mr. Holmes's reputation is well earned. He's not a man to be underestimated, if he comes sniffing around the shed or asks too many questions." Sir William left the sentence unfinished, but his meaning was clear. As the 3 men moved away, leading the detached wagon further along the siding and into the darkness beyond, Holmes and Watson remained motionless in their hiding place. Only when the sounds of movement had faded completely did Holmes finally allow the shutters of the silver lantern to open slightly. "Well, Watson," he whispered, his face eerily illuminated by the blue-tinged light, "it seems our evening has been most instructive. Sir William Fordham, respected magistrate and pillar of the community, appears to have interests beyond the mere maintenance of law and order. Smuggling, Holmes? In this day and age? What could possibly be valuable enough to warrant such elaborate arrangements? That, my dear Watson, is what we must discover, and I suspect that the fate of Thomas Whitley and his silver lantern is intimately connected with the answer." Holmes adjusted the lamp, returning its light to the normal yellow glow. "Come, the night mail will soon depart from Weybridge, and we should be well away from here before it returns. We have much to consider, and plans to make for tomorrow's investigations." As they made their way cautiously back along the track toward the station, the mist had thickened, wreathing the countryside in ghostly white. The silver lantern in Holmes' hand cast a pool of light that seemed to float disconnected through the fog, like a will-o'-the-wisp leading them through an otherworldly landscape. In the distance, the whistle of the night mail sounded as it prepared to resume its journey, a lonesome, haunting note that echoed across the silent fields of Surrey, carrying with it the weight of mysteries yet to be unravelled. The morning mist had barely begun to lift from the Surrey countryside when Holmes and Watson gathered once again in Pemberton's office at Weybridge Station. The station master's face showed signs of a restless night, his usual neat appearance somewhat diminished by dark circles beneath his eyes and a slight dishevelment to his normally immaculate whiskers. "I received your message at first light, Mr. Holmes," Pemberton said, closing the office door firmly behind them. "Most disturbing news. Sir William Fordham involved in smuggling operations. It seems scarcely credible." And yet the evidence of our own eyes and ears cannot be dismissed, Holmes replied, seating himself by the small coal fire that had been lit against the morning chill. We witnessed not only the diversion of the railway wagon, but heard Sir William himself giving instructions regarding its contents. But what could they possibly be smuggling? Pemberton's bewilderment was evident. As I said yesterday, we're not in the days of French brandy and Dutch tobacco. All such goods enter the country legally now, with proper duties paid. There are always commodities that men seek to move without the knowledge or taxation of governments, Holmes observed. The nature of such goods may change with the times, but the fundamental impulse remains constant. He reached into his pocket and withdrew 2 telegraph forms. I received responses to my inquiries this morning. My brother Mycroft, whose position in Whitehall grants him access to certain sensitive information, reports an unusual pattern of customs seizures at various ports along the south coast. Items of archaeological significance, artifacts from Egypt, Greece and other Mediterranean regions have been discovered concealed within otherwise legitimate shipments. Antiquities smuggling, Watson exclaimed. Is there truly such a market for old pottery and statuary? A considerable one, my dear Watson. The current fascination with ancient civilizations has created a voracious appetite among wealthy collectors for authentic pieces, an appetite that often exceeds the legal supply. Museums and private collections throughout Europe compete for significant finds, and not all are particular about the provenance of their acquisitions. And the second telegram, Pemberton inquired. From Inspector Lestrade. He will arrive on the afternoon train, accompanied by 2 constables. He also brings information that may be relevant to our case, a report filed 3 months ago by a customs official at Portsmouth regarding suspicious shipments arriving via rail from the inland counties. The official was subsequently transferred to a remote posting in Scotland before his investigation could proceed further. Convenient for someone, Watson remarked. Indeed. Sir William's influence appears to extend beyond the boundaries of his rural magistracy. Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his keen grey eyes focused on some middle distance as he organised his thoughts. Now, gentlemen, we must consider our next steps with care. Having observed the operation in action, we know that smuggled goods are being diverted at the tunnel and moved to what the men referred to as the shed for distribution. There's an old goods depot about a mile north of the tunnel, Pemberton offered. It was used for coal storage in the early days of the railway, but has been largely abandoned since the new depot was built closer to the station. It would be an ideal location, isolated, accessible from the siding we saw being used, yet not obvious to casual observers. Excellent, Mr. Pemberton. That will be our first point of investigation today, but we must proceed with caution. Sir William knows we're here and suspects our purpose. After last night, he may well increase security around his operation. Holmes turned to Watson. I believe it would be prudent to separate our efforts. While I examine this abandoned depot, you might return to the village and cultivate some local acquaintances. The public house would be an excellent starting point. Rural communities often store their secrets in the same place they keep their ale. And what of me, Mr. Holmes? Pemberton asked. How can I assist? Continue your normal duties, Mr. Pemberton. Show no unusual interest in the railway sidings or the tunnel, but perhaps you might casually examine the records of wagon movements over the past 6 months. Look particularly for patterns in the night mail service, destinations, frequency, any documentation that seems irregular or incomplete. Of course, I'll be discreet. One more thing, Holmes added, his expression grave. It is entirely possible that Thomas Whitley discovered this smuggling operation and was attempting to gather evidence against it. If so, his disappearance takes on an even more sinister aspect. Until we know his fate, we must assume the worst and proceed accordingly. Watson nodded soberly. You believe he may have been silenced? I believe, Watson, that men engaged in lucrative criminal enterprises rarely hesitate to remove obstacles to their continued prosperity. The blood we found in the cottage suggests violence has already been employed in this affair. Holmes rose, checking his pocket watch. It is now just past 8. Let us reconvene here at 4 this afternoon, before Inspector Lestrade's arrival. By then, I hope we shall have gathered sufficient evidence to move decisively against this operation. As they prepared to depart on their separate missions, the door to Pemberton's office opened suddenly to admit Robert Finch, the young clerk. His face was flushed with excitement or anxiety, his manner uncharacteristically agitated. "Mr. Pemberton, sir, Mr. Holmes, you must come quickly. There's something you should see." "What is it, Finch?" Pemberton demanded, alarmed by the young man's manner. "It's the silver lantern, sir. Mr. Whitley's lantern. It was hanging on the signal post at the north end of the platform when I arrived this morning. It wasn't there when I locked up last night, I'm certain of it." Holmes was already moving toward the door. "Show us, Mr. Finch, quickly now." They followed the clerk through the station and out onto the platform, now beginning to fill with morning commuters waiting for the 8:15 to London. At the far end, away from the gathering crowd, a signal post rose beside the tracks. And there, hanging from an iron hook halfway up the post, was the silver lantern, the same one Holmes had carried the previous night, the same one found abandoned after Thomas Whitley's disappearance. "I left it securely locked in this office last evening," Holmes murmured, examining the lantern without touching it. "Someone has gone to considerable trouble to retrieve it and place it here." "A message of some kind," Watson suggested. "Undoubtedly. But whether it signifies defiance, warning, or something more complex remains to be seen." Holmes carefully lifted the lantern from its hook, examining it thoroughly. "Interesting. The oil reservoir has been refilled, and there's a folded paper tucked inside the base compartment." With delicate precision, Holmes extracted a small slip of paper that had been concealed in a hidden compartment built into the base of the lantern. Unfolding it, revealed a brief message written in a cramped, hurried hand. "Tunnel, midnight. Watch for the blue light. T.W." "T.W.? Thomas Whitley!" Pemberton exclaimed. "Then he's alive!" "So it would appear," Holmes agreed, his expression thoughtful. "Or someone wishes us to believe he is. Either way, this development alters our plans somewhat." He carefully refolded the note and placed it in his pocket, then handed the lantern to Watson. "Doctor, would you be so good as to return this to Pemberton's office? It seems our missing clerk wishes this distinctive object to remain in circulation, a fact that may prove significant." Once they had returned to the privacy of the station office, Holmes outlined his revised strategy. "I shall still investigate the abandoned depot today, but our focal point now shifts to the tunnel at midnight. If Whitley is indeed alive and attempting to make contact, we must be prepared to meet him. If it is a trap, we must be equally prepared to counter it." "Should we inform Lestrade of this development when he arrives?" Watson asked. "We shall update him on all we have discovered, certainly. But I believe this midnight rendezvous should be approached with minimal personnel. Whitley, if it is indeed he who left the message, may be watching cautiously before revealing himself. A police presence might deter his appearance." "Then who should go to the tunnel?" Pemberton inquired. "Watson and I shall go, armed and vigilant. You, Mr. Pemberton, should maintain your normal routine. Any deviation might alert Sir William's watchers that something is afoot." Holmes turned to the young clerk. "Mr. Finch, did anyone observe you discovering the lantern this morning?" "I don't believe so, sir. The platform was empty when I arrived, and I came directly to Mr. Pemberton's office after finding it." "Good. Let us keep this development to ourselves for now. If asked, the lantern remains missing, presumed lost with Mr. Whitley." Holmes checked his watch once more. "Now, gentlemen, to our assigned tasks. The game is moving forward, and we must advance with it." As Holmes set off to investigate the abandoned depot, Watson made his way into the village, his objective to gather intelligence from the locals at the Green Man. The morning had blossomed into a fine autumn day, the mist burned away by a bright sun that gilded the countryside in warm light. The village high street was busy with the ordinary commerce of rural life. Shoppers at the greengrocer's, a cart delivering milk in gleaming metal churns, children on their way to the small schoolhouse at the end of the lane. Watson presented himself at the public house just as the doors were opened for the day's business. The common room was empty save for the innkeeper, who was busy polishing glasses behind the bar. "Good morning, sir," the man greeted him cheerfully. "Early start to the day?" "We don't usually see customers until noon, except for commercial travellers looking for breakfast." "A bit of both, perhaps," Watson replied with an easy smile. "My colleague Mr. Holmes is occupied with his investigations, and I thought I might learn a bit more about your charming village. Local history has always been an interest of mine." "Ah, well, you've come to the right place then. The Green Man's been the heart of Weybridge for 300 years. If these walls could talk, The innkeeper set down a freshly polished glass. "What can I get you? A bit early for ale, perhaps, but we do have a fine pot of coffee." "Coffee would be most welcome, thank you." Watson settled himself at the bar rather than at a table, establishing a companionable proximity that invited conversation. "I understand the railway brought significant changes to Weybridge when it was built. Before that, I suppose the village was quite isolated." "Not as much as you might think," the innkeeper replied. setting a steaming cup before Watson. "We had the river, you see, the Wey, just a mile east of here. Plenty of trade moved along it, connecting us to the Thames and beyond. In fact," he lowered his voice confidentially, though the room was empty, "there's old tales about smugglers using the river in centuries past. Secret caves along the banks, hidden passages, all manner of romantic nonsense." He chuckled. "Makes for good stories to tell the summer tourists, anyway." "Smugglers?" Watson affected casual interest. "I wouldn't have thought this area, so far inland, would have been part of such activities." "Oh, the old smuggling networks reached far deeper into England than most realise, sir. Goods landed on the south coast would be moved inland along rivers, then by cart or pack-horse along hidden tracks, much safer than keeping contraband near the coast where revenue men were thickest on the ground." The innkeeper warmed to his subject, clearly having told these tales many times before. "The Fordham family, that's Sir William's ancestors, controlled much of the land hereabouts, including sections of the riverbank. Some say they weren't above taking a share of the profits in exchange for turning a blind eye." "Really? And yet Sir William now serves as magistrate, upholding the law." "Times change, sir. What was overlooked in the past becomes respectable with enough years and enough money behind it." The innkeeper glanced toward the door, then leaned closer. "Mind you, there's those who say old habits die hard. Not that I'd repeat such talk, you understand." "Of course not," Watson assured him. "Village gossip rarely has substance behind it." "Usually that's true enough, but there's been oddities lately. Night movements along the old river path. Strangers passing through, not tourists or commercial travellers, but men with the look of those who prefer shadows to sunlight. And local lads being paid good money for special deliveries, though none will say what they're delivering or to whom." "You've observed all this yourself?" Watson kept his tone merely curious, not wanting to seem too eager for information. "Some. Heard more from customers. The Green Man sees all types day and night. We're licensed for late hours, on account of the railway travellers." The innkeeper began arranging bottles on a shelf, his movements deliberate. "There was a fellow in here 2 nights ago, rough-looking sort, not a local. Sat in that corner watching the door like he expected trouble. Had a fresh cut on his hand, wrapped in a none-too-clean bandage. When young Tom, the potboy, asked if he needed a doctor, the man nearly took his head off, said he'd got it shifting some cargo that didn't want to be shifted." Watson sipped his coffee, considering this information. An unusual turn of phrase. "Wasn't it just? And he paid with this." The innkeeper reached beneath the counter and produced a small object, which he placed carefully on the bar. It was a coin, not British currency, but a foreign piece, with Arabic script circling its edge. "Said it was worth more than the drinks and I could keep the change. I've shown it to a few customers, but none recognised it." Watson examined the coin without touching it. His travels with Holmes had given him a passing familiarity with various world currencies. "Ottoman, I believe. Turkish money, though not the current issue. This appears to be quite old." "Turkish?" The innkeeper looked surprised. "What would a rough fellow like that be doing with Turkish money?" "A question worth considering," Watson agreed, making a mental note to inform Holmes of this discovery. "May I ask? The man with the injured hand, did he mention anything about the railway? Or perhaps Crossfield Woods?" "Not directly, no. But when he left, I saw him heading toward the station, not along the high street, and he was joined outside by another man, taller, better dressed. They spoke briefly, then walked off together in that direction." The innkeeper paused in his work, his expression turning serious. "Dr. Watson, I've kept this in for 27 years. I know the rhythm of village life, the difference between ordinary business and something not quite right. There's been a change these past months, a tension. People speaking in corners, then falling silent when others approach. Sir William's men, his gamekeeper and estate workers, watching the village like hawks, and now a railway clerk has gone missing, and Sherlock Holmes called in." He shook his head. "Something's amiss in Weybridge, and I can't help but think it's connected to these night movements and strange visitors." "Your observations are most helpful," Watson assured him. "Mr. Holmes values such detailed accounts from those who know their communities well. Glad to be of service, but I'd ask you not to mention my name if these matters come to light. I've a business to run, and Sir William's good opinion matters in these parts." "Of course. Your confidence is appreciated and will be respected." After finishing his coffee and gleaning a few more local insights from the innkeeper, Watson continued his circuit of the village, stopping at the post office, the greengrocer's, and finally the small bookshop on the corner of the high street. In each place he maintained his cover as an interested visitor, casually steering conversations toward local events, the railway, and, when possible, Sir William Fordham. The picture that emerged was consistent. Weybridge had indeed experienced subtle but noticeable changes in recent months. Unfamiliar faces appeared and disappeared with unusual frequency. Local labourers occasionally displayed unexpected prosperity. And beneath it all ran an undercurrent of unease, a sense that something was happening just beyond the edge of ordinary awareness. By mid-afternoon, Watson had completed his reconnaissance of the village and was preparing to return to the station when he noticed a carriage drawing up outside the imposing stone building that served as both courthouse and local government office. The vehicle bore Sir William's crest on its door, and from it descended the magistrate himself, accompanied by a thin, scholarly-looking gentleman carrying a document case. The two men entered the building engaged in what appeared to be serious conversation. Watson hesitated, then decided to follow at a discreet distance. The courthouse was a public building, after all, and his presence there would not be remarkable. Inside, he found the typical arrangement of such provincial institutions: a central hall with various offices opening off it, a staircase leading to an upper floor, and at the rear, the courtroom itself. Sir William and his companion had disappeared into an office marked Magistrates' Chambers, the door firmly closed behind them. Taking a seat on a bench in the hall, Watson affected the air of a man waiting for an appointment. A clerk emerged from another office, nodded politely to him, and proceeded to arrange some documents on a notice board. Watson seized the opportunity. "Excuse me," he called softly. "I'm new to the area. Could you tell me when Sir William holds court sessions? I've an interest in legal proceedings." "Tuesday and Thursday mornings, sir, 9 till noon," the clerk replied. "Though there's nothing scheduled this week. It's been remarkably quiet lately." "I see. And the gentleman who just arrived with Sir William, is he connected with the court as well?" "Professor Harriman?" The clerk looked surprised. "No, sir, he's an archaeologist from London. British Museum, I believe. Consults with Sir William occasionally about historical matters. The Fordham estate contains several sites of archaeological interest, you understand." "How fascinating. Ancient remains, is it? Roman, perhaps?" "Some Roman, yes. But Sir William's particular interest lies in Mediterranean antiquities. His grandfather assembled quite a collection during his travels in Egypt and Greece." The clerk lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Between ourselves, sir, it's said to be one of the finest private collections in England, though few are privileged to view it. Sir William keeps the most valuable pieces in a purpose-built gallery at Fordham Hall." Watson's interest sharpened considerably at this information, though he maintained his casual demeanour. A collection of antiquities from Egypt and Greece? My word! And here in rural Surrey, one would never suspect it. "Oh yes, sir. The Fordhams have always had connections beyond our quiet corner of England. The current Sir William continues the tradition. He's a patron of the Archaeological Society and sponsors expeditions abroad, I understand." At that moment, the door to the magistrates' chambers opened, and Sir William emerged with Professor Harriman. Watson rose, turning as if to examine the notice board, keeping his face averted while straining to catch their conversation. "Absolutely authentic, I assure you," the professor was saying. "First dynasty, without question. The hieroglyphics on the base establish its provenance beyond any doubt." "Excellent. My buyers will be most satisfied. Have the documentation prepared as we discussed, and ensure the museum's copy reflects the official narrative." Sir William's voice held the calm authority of a man accustomed to having his instructions followed without question. "Of course, Sir William. And the matter of my fee?" "Will be addressed in the usual manner. Discretion, as always, remains paramount." The two men moved toward the exit, their voices fading. Watson remained by the notice board until they had departed, then made his own way out of the building, his mind racing with the implications of what he had overheard. An archaeologist from the British Museum, discussions of authentication and documentation, buyers waiting for delivery, all pointed to a trade in antiquities that, while not necessarily illegal in itself, seemed to involve a level of secrecy inconsistent with legitimate commerce. It was nearing 4 o'clock when Watson returned to the station, finding Holmes already waiting in Pemberton's office. The detective looked dusty and somewhat dishevelled, his normally immaculate attire bearing evidence of a challenging exploration. "Ah, Watson. Right on time. I was just relating to Mr. Pemberton the fruits of my investigation of the abandoned depot." Holmes gestured to a chair. "But please, share your findings first. Your expression suggests a productive afternoon." Watson quickly outlined his conversations in the village, particularly emphasizing the innkeeper's observations about night movements and strangers, the Ottoman coin, and his encounter at the courthouse. As he described the exchange between Sir William and Professor Harriman, Holmes's eyes gleamed with the light of confirmation. "Excellent work, Watson. Your intelligence gathering has been most fruitful. The archaeologist's involvement provides the missing piece of our puzzle." Holmes turned to Pemberton. "As I was explaining to our friend here, the abandoned depot proved most revealing. It has indeed been repurposed for clandestine activities. The main storage area has been partitioned, with one section clearly used for the temporary housing of goods in transit. I found packing materials consistent with the careful transport of fragile items, specialized crates with compartments lined with sawdust and cotton wadding. The sort of packaging one might use for delicate antiquities," Watson observed. "Precisely. I also discovered documentation, partial shipping manifests that had been carelessly discarded rather than completely destroyed. They list consignments bound for various destinations, private collectors in London, Paris, Vienna, even New York. The descriptions are deliberately vague, household goods, personal effects, and so forth, but the insurance values declared are considerable." "And this connects to Thomas Whitley how?" Pemberton asked, still struggling to make sense of the emerging picture. "I believe Whitley discovered the smuggling operation, possibly by accident, while performing his railway duties," Holmes replied. "Instead of reporting it immediately, which might have been dangerous given Sir William's involvement, he began gathering evidence. The silver lantern may have been part of this effort." "The lantern?" Watson looked puzzled. "How so?" "Consider its unusual design and the hidden compartment where we found today's message. Such a compartment would be ideal for concealing notes, small documents, perhaps even photographs that might prove incriminating. I suspect Whitley was using the lantern not only for practical illumination during his nighttime investigations, but as a secure means of storing the evidence he collected. And the signal aspects, the blue filter we observed last night, may have been his means of communicating with someone else, an accomplice or contact." Holmes leaned forward, his expression intent. "Which brings us to tonight's rendezvous. Watch for the blue light," the message said. "I believe Whitley, if he is indeed alive and the author of the note, intends to use the lantern's signal capabilities to guide us to him." "Or to guide us into a trap," Watson cautioned. "A possibility we must certainly consider, which is why we shall approach with the utmost caution." Holmes checked his watch. "Lestrade's train arrives in just over an hour. We'll brief him on our discoveries and plan for tonight's expedition to the tunnel. In the meantime, Mr. Pemberton, have you found anything of note in the railway records?" The station master nodded, pulling a ledger from his desk. "Several irregularities, Mr. Holmes. Over the past 6 months there have been consistent discrepancies in the night mail service. Wagons added at Weybridge without proper documentation, then detached at various stations further down the line. Portsmouth is the most frequent destination, as we suspected, but there are others, Southampton, Brighton, even smaller coastal stations where customs oversight might be minimal." "The pieces align," Holmes observed, satisfaction evident in his tone. "A smuggling operation moving antiquities from inland collection points to coastal ports, using the railway system as its primary conduit. Sir William provides the connections to archaeological sources and affluent buyers, while using his position as magistrate to discourage official scrutiny." "And Thomas Whitley?" Pemberton asked softly. "What of him?" "That, my friend, is what we must discover tonight." Holmes rose, straightening his dusty jacket. "Prepare the silver lantern, Watson. At midnight, we shall see what signals the darkness holds." As the September dusk settled over Weybridge, casting long shadows across the station platform and transforming the distant hills into dark silhouettes against the fading sky, the three men awaited Inspector Lestrade's arrival with a mixture of anticipation and concern. The mystery of the silver lantern had begun to yield its secrets, but the fate of Thomas Whitley and the final proof needed to bring Sir William Fordham's smuggling operation to justice still lay shrouded in uncertainty, like the mists that would soon rise once more to envelop the Surrey countryside in their ghostly embrace. Inspector Lestrade arrived on the 5:15 train from London, emerging from the third-class carriage with the brisk efficiency that Holmes and Watson had come to associate with the Scotland Yard detective. Despite his modest stature, Lestrade carried himself with the unmistakable authority of law enforcement, his sharp eyes taking in the station and its surroundings with professional assessment. Behind him followed 2 constables, young men with the solid, capable look of those selected for special duties. "Mr. Holmes," Lestrade greeted them on the platform, shaking hands firmly. "Dr. Watson, I received your telegram. With considerable interest. Smuggling operations in rural Surrey? Most unexpected." "Yet the evidence points unmistakably in that direction," Holmes replied. "Come, let us retire to Mr. Pemberton's office where we can speak freely. There is much to discuss before nightfall." Once the door was closed behind them, Holmes proceeded to lay out the case with methodical precision. The disappearance of Thomas Whitley, the significance of the silver lantern, their observations at the tunnel, the discovery of the abandoned depot's new purpose, and Watson's intelligence gathering in the village. Lestrade listened attentively, occasionally making notes in a small pocketbook, his expression growing increasingly serious as the full scope of the operation became clear. "Antiquities smuggling," he said, when Holmes had finished. "We've had reports from various ports, of course, but nothing linking the shipments to an inland distribution network, and Sir William Fordham's involvement adds a troubling dimension. A magistrate using his position to facilitate criminal activities. The higher the standing of the criminal, the greater his ability to conceal his crimes," Holmes observed. "Sir William's reputation and authority provide the perfect shield for his activities." "What of this Professor Harriman?" Lestrade inquired. "His connection to the British Museum could be crucial. If museum pieces are being diverted or forgeries substituted—" "A line of inquiry worth pursuing," Holmes agreed. "But our more immediate concern is the midnight rendezvous at the tunnel. If Thomas Whitley is indeed alive and attempting to make contact, he may provide the final evidence needed to bring this case to a satisfactory conclusion." Lestrade nodded decisively. "Then we shall be prepared. My men and I will position ourselves near the tunnel, out of sight but ready to act if needed. With respect, Inspector, I would suggest a more cautious approach," Holmes said. "Whitley, if it is indeed he who left the message, may be watching carefully before revealing himself. A police presence could deter his appearance. Watson and I should make the initial contact alone. And if it's a trap," Lestrade looked sceptical, "Sir William's men could be waiting to eliminate the threat you pose to their operation. A risk we have considered, but Watson and I are not without resources." Holmes patted his coat pocket, where the outline of his revolver was just discernible. "We suggest that you and your constables remain at a greater distance, perhaps at the abandoned depot we described. If Whitley provides information about smuggled goods stored there, you could move to secure them while we continue to gather evidence against Sir William himself." Lestrade considered this plan, his natural caution as a police officer warring with his respect for Holmes's methods. "Very well," he finally conceded, "but I want hourly signals to confirm your safety, and at the first sign of trouble—" "You shall come at once," Holmes assured him. "Now let us review the geography once more. The tunnel, the depot, the routes between them, all may prove significant tonight." As dusk deepened into true darkness, they continued their planning, with Pemberton providing detailed maps of the railway and surrounding countryside. The stationmaster's knowledge proved invaluable, identifying not only the main thoroughfares, but also the lesser-known paths and tracks that crisscrossed the area, remnants of older transportation networks that predated the railway. "This footpath here," Pemberton indicated on one map, "it's known locally as the Smuggler's Way, supposedly used centuries ago for moving contraband inland from the coast. It connects Crossfield Woods to the River Wey about 3 miles east." "And does it pass near our abandoned depot?" Holmes asked, studying the map intently. "Within a 1/4 mile, yes. There's a junction here, where an even older track branches off toward what used to be a mill pond. That branch runs directly behind the depot building. Most convenient for moving goods discreetly," Holmes observed. "One could transport items from the railway siding to the depot, then onward via these ancient smugglers' routes, bypassing the village entirely." "The old ways serve new crimes," Watson remarked. "Precisely. The methods of smuggling have changed little over the centuries, despite all our modern advances." Holmes traced the path with his finger. "This route would allow for distribution to multiple destinations, the river for water transport, the main roads for carriages, even return to the railway at different stations where scrutiny might be less intense." As the clock approached 11, final preparations were made. The silver lantern was carefully inspected, its oil reservoir filled, the coloured filter mechanism tested. Holmes and Watson checked their revolvers, ensuring they were loaded and functioning properly. Lestrade dispatched one of his constables to reconnoitre the abandoned depot, with instructions to return within the hour. "Remember," Holmes cautioned as they prepared to separate, "no action against the depot or any personnel you may observe there until you receive our signal. We must first determine Whitley's fate and what evidence he may provide." "Understood, Mr. Holmes, but don't keep us waiting unnecessarily. These rural nights can be deceptively treacherous." Lestrade's expression conveyed his professional concern. "We shall exercise appropriate caution," Holmes assured him. "Watson's military experience and my own methods have extracted us from more perilous situations than a midnight meeting in the Surrey countryside." At 11:30, Holmes and Watson set out for Fordham Tunnel, taking a circuitous route that avoided the main railway track where they might be more easily observed. The night was clear and cold, stars pricking the black canopy of sky with diamond brilliance. Their breath formed small clouds, of vapour as they walked, the only sound the soft crunch of their footsteps on the frosted grass. Holmes carried the silver lantern, its light shuttered to the merest sliver, just enough to guide their path without announcing their presence to distant watchers. "A perfect night for our purpose," Holmes observed in a hushed tone. "The clarity allows us to see approaching figures, while the cold has driven most innocent wanderers indoors." "Yet it also makes concealment more challenging," Watson replied, scanning the open countryside as they crossed a meadow. "We stand out against this landscape like ink on fresh parchment." "Which is why we shall use the contours of the land to our advantage." Holmes gestured toward a shallow depression ahead, a dry stream bed that wound its way toward the railway embankment. "That natural trench will allow us to approach the tunnel with minimal exposure." They proceeded with careful stealth, pausing often to listen for any sound that might indicate they were being observed or followed. The railway line itself lay silent at this hour, the last local train having passed through shortly after 9. The night mail was not due until well after midnight, giving them a window of quiet in which to meet their mysterious correspondent. As they drew closer to the tunnel, Holmes extinguished the lantern completely. The starlight was sufficient now that their eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and the looming arch of the tunnel entrance was clearly visible against the night sky, a perfect semicircle of deeper blackness. "We shall position ourselves here," Holmes decided, indicating a spot about 50 yards from the tunnel mouth, where a slight rise provided both concealment and a clear view of the approach from all directions. Close enough to observe signals from within the tunnel, yet far enough to retreat if necessary. They settled into position, the frozen ground cold and unyielding beneath them. Watson found himself grateful for the heavy overcoat he had worn, though even its substantial wool was little match for the penetrating chill of a September night in the open countryside. Beside him, Holmes remained perfectly still, his keen eyes fixed on the tunnel entrance, his entire being focused on the task at hand. Time passed with glacial slowness. Watson checked his pocket watch by feel rather than sight, unwilling to risk even the small illumination its face might provide if opened. 11:45, 11:50, 11:55. "Almost midnight," he whispered. "Indeed, and no sign yet of our mysterious correspondent." Holmes's voice was a mere breath of sound. "But observe the tunnel entrance carefully now. If Whitley is true to his message, we should soon see the blue light." As if summoned by his words, a faint glow appeared deep within the tunnel, not at the entrance, but some distance inside, where the arch of brick disappeared into darkness. The light was indeed blue, a ghostly ethereal illumination that seemed to hover disembodied in the blackness. It moved slowly, advancing toward the entrance, then retreating, then advancing again in a deliberate pattern. "A signal," Holmes murmured. 3 forward movements, 2 backward, the same pattern we observed being used at the switch mechanism. Whitley is communicating in the smuggler's own code. "Should we approach?" Watson's hand moved to the revolver in his pocket. "Not yet. Watch." The blue light continued its rhythmic dance for perhaps a minute, then suddenly extinguished. For several heartbeats the tunnel mouth was plunged back into complete darkness. Then, startlingly, a white light flashed. Once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession before it too disappeared. "Now," Holmes said, rising smoothly from their hiding place. "That final signal was meant for us specifically. Whitley is indicating he believes it is safe to approach." They moved swiftly but cautiously toward the tunnel entrance, Holmes slightly in the lead, Watson scanning their surroundings for any sign of ambush. The night remained still and silent, the only sound the soft whisper of their footsteps on the frost-rimmed ground. At the tunnel mouth, Holmes paused, allowing his eyes to adjust to the deeper darkness within. "Whitley," he called softly, "we received your message. Show yourself if you are able." For a long moment there was no response. Then, from perhaps 30 feet inside the tunnel came a voice, weak and strained, but unmistakably human. "Mr. Holmes, is that really you?" "It is. Dr. Watson and I have come as your message requested. Are you alone?" "Yes, for now. But we don't have much time. They'll be checking the tunnel before the night mail passes through." The voice was clearer now, though still tinged with evident fear. "I'm injured. Can't move well. You'll need to come to me." Holmes hesitated, his innate caution warring with the urgent need to reach the missing clerk before it was too late. "Watson?" "It could still be a trap," Watson whispered. "But if he's truly injured, we proceed, but with all senses alert." Holmes unshuttered the silver lantern, allowing its yellow glow to illuminate the tunnel interior. "We're coming forward, Mr. Whitley. Remain where you are." They advanced slowly into the tunnel, the lantern light throwing their shadows in elongated patterns across the curved brick walls. The air inside was cold but still, carrying the lingering scents of coal smoke and engine oil. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness ahead, a melancholy, irregular percussion that echoed softly in the enclosed space. About 50 feet from the entrance, the lantern light revealed a figure huddled against the tunnel wall, a man in the dirty, torn remains of what had once been respectable clerk's attire. His face was gaunt, stubbled with several days' growth of beard, and a crude bandage wrapped his left leg just above the knee. As they approached, he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sudden brightness. "Thomas Whitley?" Holmes asked, though the identity of the man was hardly in doubt. "Yes, sir. Thank God you've come. I wasn't sure my message would reach you, or if you'd understand it." Whitley's voice was stronger now, though edged with pain. "I've been hiding, moving from place to place. They're searching for me. Sir William's men. They think I'm dead, but they want to be certain." Watson immediately knelt beside the injured man, his medical training taking precedence. "Let me examine that wound. How did it happen?" "Gunshot," Whitley replied grimly. "Grazed rather than penetrated, thankfully. One of the guards at the depot fired when I was discovered. I managed to escape into the woods, but I've been weakening since. The wound needs proper treatment." As Watson carefully unwrapped the makeshift bandage, a torn piece of shirt, to reveal an angry, inflamed furrow across the outer thigh, Holmes crouched on Whitley's other side, his expression intent. "You've been investigating the smuggling operation, Mr. Whitley. Tell me what you've discovered." The clerk nodded weakly. "It began months ago. I noticed irregularities in the railway schedules. Wagons added to trains without proper documentation, always at night, always when certain guards were on duty. At first, I thought it was merely administrative errors, but the pattern was too consistent." He winced as Watson probed gently at his wound. "I started keeping records, noting times, destinations, the men involved. Then I followed one of the wagons after it was detached here, tracked it to the old depot north of the tunnel." "What did you see there?" Holmes prompted, aware that time was limited. "They were unloading crates, small, carefully packed crates quite unlike normal railway freight. Inside were artifacts, statues, pottery, jewellery, things that looked ancient and valuable, Egyptian, Greek, Roman pieces mixed together. They were being catalogued and then repacked for distribution." Whitley's eyes darted nervously to the tunnel entrance. Sir William himself was overseeing the operation that night. When I saw him there, I knew this was no minor smuggling scheme. Watson had completed his examination of the wound. "The bullet grazed the outer thigh, missing bone and major vessels. You've been fortunate, Mr. Whitley, but there's an infection setting in. You need proper medical attention without delay." "There's more you need to know first," Whitley insisted, his voice taking on a desperate urgency. "The operation is larger than just antiquities. Some of the crates contain other items. Opium from the East, contraband spirits, even weapons. Sir William has connections throughout Europe and beyond. Buyers, suppliers, corrupt officials who ensure the shipments move without interference. And your silver lantern?" Holmes held up the object in question. What role does it play in this drama? A ghost of a smile crossed Whitley's haggard face. My father's, originally. He worked the railways too in the early days. The lantern has a secret. The coloured filters, the hidden compartment. Railway men used such devices for private signalling long before the official systems were standardised. I've been using it to document the operation. He reached into his tattered coat and withdrew a small oilskin packet. Here, photographs, times, dates, names of those involved, even receipts for transactions I managed to acquire from the depot office. Everything you need to prove what's happening. Holmes took the packet, securing it inside his own coat. This may well be the evidence needed to bring Sir William and his operation to justice. But now, Mr. Whitley, we must get you to safety. Can you walk with assistance? A short distance, perhaps. But they patrol the area regularly. We won't get far along the tracks without being seen. Then we shall take another route. Holmes had been considering their options while they spoke. Watson, help Mr. Whitley to his feet. We'll use the old smuggler's path that runs parallel to the railway line but at a lower elevation. It should provide cover until we can reach the village. With Watson supporting the injured clerk on one side and Holmes on the other, they began their slow progress back toward the tunnel entrance. Whitley moved with difficulty, each step clearly causing him considerable pain, but his determination was evident in the set of his jaw and the steady pace he maintained despite his injury. They had almost reached the tunnel mouth when a sound froze them in place, the crunch of footsteps on gravel, approaching from outside. Holmes immediately extinguished the lantern, plunging them into darkness. Back, he whispered. Quickly now. They retreated deeper into the tunnel, seeking the concealment of its curving walls. Holmes led them to a maintenance alcove similar to the one they had used during their previous observation, a recessed space designed for railway workers to shelter in when trains pass through. No sooner had they pressed themselves into this limited sanctuary than light appeared at the tunnel entrance. Another lantern, this one carried by a burly figure in a gamekeeper's coat. He was followed by a second man, taller and leaner, with the hard-faced look of a professional enforcer rather than a rural estate worker. Check all the way through, the second man ordered, his voice carrying clearly in the tunnel's acoustic. Sir William wants the entire line inspected before the mail comes through. That clerk may be wounded, but he's proved damnably elusive. If he's still alive at all, the first man grumbled, could have bled out in the woods days ago. Sir William wants certainty, not assumptions. The operation moves to its final phase tomorrow night. Everything must proceed without complications. That means finding Whitley and the evidence he took. The men advanced into the tunnel, their lantern lights sweeping the walls and ground as they walked. Indeed, the alcove, Holmes, Watson and Whitley pressed themselves as far back into the shadows as possible. Watson's hand closed around the grip of his revolver, ready to defend their position if discovered. The searchers moved with methodical thoroughness, checking each recess and shadow as they progressed. They were perhaps 20 feet from the alcove when a sound from the tunnel entrance drew their attention. A sharp, clear whistle, followed by two shorter notes. "Signal from the lookout," the taller man said tersely. "Someone's coming along the track from the station direction." "Patrol's not due for another hour," his companion replied, tension evident in his voice. "Then it's not the patrol. Douse the light. We'll wait and see who's abroad at this hour." The lantern was extinguished, plunging the tunnel back into darkness. From their hiding place, Holmes and his companions could hear the men retreating back toward the entrance, their footsteps deliberately soft now, moving to positions of concealment. "A fortunate interruption," Holmes breathed, his mouth close to Watson's ear. "But it creates a new complication. We're now trapped between Sir William's men at the entrance and whoever approaches from the station." "Could it be Lestrade?" Watson whispered back. "Unlikely. He was to remain at the depot until our signal." Holmes considered their limited options. "There's a maintenance access at the far end of the tunnel, a narrow passage that leads to a service shaft. Pemberton mentioned it during our planning. If we can reach it before the newcomers enter the tunnel. Whitley's injured. He won't move quickly or quietly. Nevertheless, it's our best chance. The alternative is to wait here and hope both parties depart without discovering us, a gamble I'm reluctant to take." They began to ease Whitley from the alcove, supporting his weight between them as they moved with painstaking care deeper into the tunnel, away from both the entrance and the approaching newcomers. The darkness was nearly absolute now, forcing them to feel their way along the wall, each step a calculated risk. Behind them, They could hear new voices at the tunnel entrance, at least 2 more men, speaking in the clipped professional cadence of railway security. A routine inspection, it seemed, unrelated to the smuggling operation but potentially just as dangerous to their current predicament. "This passage must be clear before the night mail comes through," one of the new voices was saying. "Standard procedure every night." "Go ahead then," came the reply from one of Sir William's men. "We're just checking for track damage ourselves. Heavy rain yesterday might have caused some washout further in." The railway men seemed to accept this explanation, and the sound of multiple footsteps entering the tunnel spurred Holmes and his companions to greater urgency. They moved as swiftly as Whitley's condition allowed, the clerk biting back groans of pain with each step. After what seemed an eternity but was likely no more than 2 minutes, Holmes's outstretched hand encountered what he sought, a recessed iron door set into the tunnel wall. "Here," he whispered, "the maintenance access." The door was stiff with disuse, its hinges protesting with a low metallic groan as Holmes eased it open. Beyond lay a narrow passage hewn from the chalk bedrock, just wide enough for a single person to traverse comfortably. The air within was stale and heavy with the scents of damp stone and rusting metal. "Go, Watson. Take Whitley through. I'll follow and secure the door behind us." Watson guided the injured clerk into the passage, supporting him as they began the difficult journey through the cramped space. Holmes paused at the threshold, listening intently to the approaching footsteps in the main tunnel. The railway inspectors and Sir William's men appeared to be proceeding with their separate tasks, unaware of the fugitives so near at hand. With a final glance back toward the growing illumination from the inspectors' lanterns, Holmes stepped into the maintenance passage and drew the iron door closed behind him. It shut with a dull clang that echoed briefly in the confined space, but the sound was unlikely to carry far into the main tunnel against the background noise of the inspection party. "This passage should lead to a vertical shaft with ladder rungs embedded in the wall," Holmes said softly as he caught up to Watson and Whitley. "From there, we can emerge onto the hillside above the tunnel, well away from the railway line and any watchers." The passage wound deeper into the earth for perhaps 50 yards before terminating at the promised shaft, a vertical tube ascending into darkness above them. Iron rungs set into the brickwork provided a means of ascent, though the climb would clearly present a significant challenge for the injured Whitley. "I'll go first," Holmes decided, "then we'll help Whitley up between us. His injury will make this difficult, but there's no alternative route." The ascent was indeed arduous. Whitley, despite his evident determination, could use only one leg effectively on the iron rungs. Watson supported him from below as Holmes guided from above, the 3 men moving with agonizing slowness up the narrow shaft. Whitley's face was drawn with pain, sweat beading on his forehead despite the coolness of the air, but he uttered no complaint as they climbed. After what seemed an interminable struggle, Holmes reached the top of the shaft where a circular iron hatch blocked further progress. He braced himself on the rungs and pushed upward against the heavy cover. For a moment it resisted, then yielded with a grating sound, allowing the cold night air to rush into the confined space. Holmes pulled himself up and out, then reached back to help extract Whitley from the shaft, with Watson providing support from below. They emerged onto the hillside above the railway cutting, a good quarter-mile from the tunnel, entrance and well hidden from the track by the curve of the land. The night remained clear and star-filled, the countryside spread before them in a tapestry of silver and black beneath the moon's illumination. "We've made it," Watson breathed, helping to settle the exhausted Whitley on the grass while he examined the wound once more. The exertion had caused fresh bleeding, the makeshift bandage now soaked through with dark stains. "For the moment, yes, but we're still exposed here, and Mr. Whitley requires immediate medical attention." Holmes was already scanning their surroundings, calculating the safest route back to the village. "The smuggler's path you mentioned, Mr. Whitley, does it pass near this location?" The clerk nodded weakly, gesturing toward a line of trees about 100 yards distant. "Through that copse, it follows a natural depression in the land, difficult to observe from a distance, which is why it was favoured by those moving contraband in earlier times." "Perfect. We'll use it to reach the village by a route Sir William's men are unlikely to be watching." Holmes checked his pocket watch in the moonlight. "It's now nearly 1 o'clock. The night mail will pass through shortly, after which activity along the railway should diminish. Lestrade will be concerned by our failure to signal, but he'll maintain his position at the depot as instructed." "And tomorrow night," Watson said, helping Whitley to his feet once more, If what those men said is accurate, the smuggling operation moves to its final phase, whatever that may entail. A significant shipment, most likely, the culmination of months of planning. Holmes supported Whitley on his other side as they began moving toward the distant trees. With the evidence Mr. Whitley has provided and Lestrade's official authority, we should be able to intercept this shipment and bring the entire network to justice. As they made their slow, careful way across the moonlit countryside, following the ancient smuggler's path that had served similar clandestine purposes for centuries, Holmes's mind was already racing ahead, analysing the evidence, formulating plans for the confrontation to come, calculating the movements necessary to ensure that Sir William Fordham's antiquities smuggling operation would soon be nothing more than another case in his ever-expanding files of criminal investigation successfully resolved. Behind them, the night mail thundered through Fordham Tunnel, its passage momentarily illuminating the darkness with flashes of light and life, before disappearing around the bend toward Weybridge Station. Unaware of the drama unfolding in the quiet countryside through which it travelled, or of the silver lantern whose light had revealed a conspiracy that reached from the tranquil fields of Surrey to the ancient tombs of Egypt and beyond. Dawn was breaking over Weybridge when Holmes, Watson and the injured Thomas Whitley finally reached the safety of the village doctor's residence. The first pale fingers of light touched the slate rooftops and church spire, casting long shadows across the frost-rimed streets as the three men approached the modest Georgian house that served as both home and surgery to Dr. Henry Marsden, a medical contemporary of Watson's whom they had decided would be their safest haven. A discreet man, Marsden, Watson had explained as they made their laborious way along the smuggler's path. Trained at Bart's a few years after me. More importantly, he's new to the area, less than a year in practice here. His loyalties won't be entangled with local hierarchies. The journey had taken far longer than anticipated. Whitley's condition had deteriorated as they travelled, the infection in his wound manifesting in feverish trembling and increasing weakness. They had been forced to rest frequently, each pause lengthening as the clerk's strength ebbed. By the time they reached the village outskirts, Watson was openly concerned about the risk of blood poisoning if proper treatment wasn't administered soon. Dr. Marsden, roused from sleep by their urgent knocking, proved equal to the emergency. A tall, spare man with prematurely silver hair and the calm demeanour of one accustomed to medical crises, he asked no unnecessary questions as he helped them settle Whitley in his surgery. "Gunshot wound, you say?" he remarked, examining the inflamed injury with practised hands. "Clean enough at the edges, but badly infected now. He'll need proper debridement, antiseptic treatment, and absolute rest." He glanced up at Holmes and Watson, taking in their exhausted, dishevelled state. "And you gentlemen look as though you could use some rest yourselves. There's a sitting room upstairs where you won't be disturbed. My housekeeper will bring tea and something to eat when she arrives." "Most kind, Dr. Marsden, but time presses," Holmes replied. "We must contact our colleague at Scotland Yard without delay. Events are moving rapidly, and lives may depend on our next actions." "Use my telephone then," Marsden offered, gesturing toward an adjoining room where the modern instrument stood on a small desk. "Weybridge joined the National Telephone Network last year. One of my requirements before accepting the practice here. I find it invaluable for consulting with specialists in London." While Watson remained to assist with Whitley's treatment, Holmes withdrew to place a call to the village constabulary, where Lestrade had established temporary headquarters after Holmes failed to signal at the appointed hour. The connection was established with surprising efficiency, and within moments Holmes was briefing the inspector on the night's developments. "Whitley is alive, then?" "Excellent news," Lestrade's voice crackled over the line. "And he's provided evidence against Sir William and his operation?" "Documentary and photographic evidence, yes, most damning. But there's more urgency than we initially believed, Lestrade, according to information we overheard. The operation moves to its final phase tonight. A significant shipment, I suspect, possibly the culmination of months of planning. Then we must move quickly. Where are you now?" "At Dr. Marsden's surgery near the village green. Whitley is receiving treatment for his wound, a gunshot graze that's become infected. He's in no condition to be moved further, but he should be safe here for the time being. I'll send one of my constables to stand guard, just to be certain. Sir William's men will be searching for him with renewed vigour when they realise he's still alive and has made contact with us." "Agreed. And what of your surveillance of the depot? Any activity during the night?" "Considerable movement just after 3 o'clock. Several wagons arrived, heavily loaded, judging by how the horses strained. The contents were taken inside, where lights burned until nearly dawn. Whatever is being prepared, it involves substantial quantities of goods. As I suspected, the final consolidation before transport to coastal destinations. Holmes's mind was already racing ahead, analysing possibilities and formulating strategies. We must plan our intervention carefully, Lestrade. This operation clearly involves multiple participants across several locations. We need simultaneous action to ensure none escapes the net. My authority extends only to this jurisdiction, Holmes. For a coordinated operation involving coastal ports, we'd need to involve the local police in those areas, perhaps even customs and excise. My brother Mycroft can facilitate that. His position allows him to coordinate various governmental departments without the usual bureaucratic delays. I'll telegraph him immediately with the details. Holmes paused, considering their next steps. In the meantime, maintain your surveillance of the depot, note every arrival and departure, but take no action yet. We want to identify as many participants as possible before closing the trap. With arrangements made for Lestrade to join them at Dr. Marston's within the hour, Holmes returned to the surgery where Watson and the village doctor were completing their treatment of Whitley's wound. The clerk was now resting more comfortably, the fever already beginning to respond to proper medical care. He should recover fully with time and rest, Marston informed them, washing his hands at a basin. The bullet pathway was clean, no bone involvement or major vessel damage. The infection is responding well to treatment. I've administered morphine for the pain, so he'll sleep for several hours now. Excellent. We'll need to question him further when he wakes. Holmes turned to Watson. You should rest as well, my friend. The night's exertions have taken their toll. I'm quite all right, Holmes. A soldier's constitution, you know. But Watson's drawn face and the slight tremor in his hands as he helped Marsden tidy the surgical implements belied his assertion. Nevertheless, I insist. Dr. Marsden's offer of his sitting room should be accepted, at least until Lestrade arrives. I have a telegraph to send and then some analytical work to do with the evidence Whitley provided. While Watson reluctantly retired upstairs, Holmes made his way to the village post office to dispatch a detailed message to Mycroft. The oilskin packet Whitley had given them contained a wealth of information. Times, dates, locations, and most significantly, names and photographs of key individuals involved in the smuggling network. The operation was indeed far more extensive than they had initially suspected, with connections reaching into government offices, transportation companies, and even certain museum departments. The evidence implicated Sir William Fordham as the orchestrator of the entire enterprise, using his position as magistrate and his reputation as a respected antiquities collector to facilitate the movement of illicit goods. Professor Harriman from the British Museum appeared to be a crucial accomplice, authenticating items and creating fraudulent provenance documentation that transformed stolen artifacts into apparently legitimate acquisitions. Most damning of all were the financial records Whitley had somehow managed to obtain, ledgers showing payments to various officials for their cooperation or silence, including several port authorities and at least 2 members of the county constabulary. The breadth of corruption was sobering, explaining how the operation had continued undetected for so long. By the time Lestrade arrived, accompanied by his 2 constables, Holmes had completed his analysis of the evidence and formulated a comprehensive plan for dismantling the smuggling network. The operation centres on 3 key locations, he explained, spreading a map on Dr. Marsden's dining table where they had gathered. The abandoned depot serves as the primary consolidation point, where artifacts and other contraband from various sources are gathered before distribution. Fordham Hall, Sir William's estate, houses both his legitimate collection and serves as the authentication site where Professor Harriman examines new acquisitions. And finally, the railway itself provides the transportation network connecting inland collection to coastal distribution. So we must strike at all 3 simultaneously, Lestrade observed. Precisely. According to Whitley's notes and what we overheard last night, the final phase involves a major shipment departing on tonight's mail train, the 11:42 from Weybridge. Multiple wagons will be attached, destined for Portsmouth, Southampton and Brighton, each containing a portion of the accumulated contraband. But why risk everything in a single night? Watson asked, refreshed after a few hours' rest. Surely distributing the goods gradually would be safer. Under normal circumstances, yes, but something has changed the calculation. Holmes tapped a notation in Whitley's records. Here, a reference. To increase scrutiny from London, and the necessity of completing transfers before the inspection. I believe Sir William has received warning that official attention is being directed toward his activities, possibly due to Mycroft's inquiries following my initial telegram. So he's accelerating the timetable, trying to move everything before the authorities close in. Lestrade nodded understandingly. A desperate gamble, and one that works to our advantage. By concentrating their activities into a single night, they've created an opportunity for us to capture the entire operation at once. Holmes outlined his plan with methodical precision. Lestrade, you and your constables will position yourselves at the depot, ready to apprehend anyone who arrives to prepare the shipment. I've requested that Mycroft arrange for customs officers to be stationed at each of the destination ports, prepared to intercept the goods upon arrival. And Sir William himself? Watson asked. He represents our most delicate target. As magistrate, he can claim official privilege, and his social standing provides considerable protection. We need irrefutable evidence linking him directly to the criminal activity. Holmes's expression was resolute, which is why you and I, Watson, will pay a visit to Fordham Hall this afternoon. A social call on our prime suspect. Isn't that rather bold, Holmes? Sometimes the direct approach is the least expected. Sir William knows we're investigating Whitley's disappearance, but he believes we remain unaware of his involvement in the smuggling operation. We'll present ourselves as simply following up on our previous conversation at the inn, perhaps seeking his local knowledge of the area where Whitley was last seen. And while there, we look for evidence connecting him to the crime, Watson concluded, understanding Holmes's strategy. Precisely. According to Whitley's notes, Sir William maintains an office in the east wing of Fordham Hall, where he conducts the business of his illicit enterprise. If we can gain access to that room, even briefly— It's risky, Holmes, Lestrade cautioned. If he suspects your true purpose— The risk is necessary. Without direct evidence linking Sir William personally to the operation, he might use his influence to distance himself from the activities of his subordinates. We need proof that cannot be explained away as the actions of overzealous employees acting without his knowledge. Their planning was interrupted by a soft knock at the dining room door. Dr. Marsden entered, his expression grave. "Gentlemen, I thought you should know. Thomas Whitley is awake and asking to speak with you. He seems quite agitated, insisting there's something important he forgot to tell you." They followed the doctor to the small bedroom where Whitley had been installed following his treatment. The railway clerk looked marginally better. The fever had receded, and some colour had returned to his face, but his eyes held a haunted expression as they entered. "Mr. Holmes," he said, attempting to sit up before Watson gently restrained him. "There's something critical I didn't mention last night. Something about the final shipment." "Rest easy, Mr. Whitley. We're already aware of tonight's planned movement of goods via the night mail," Holmes assured him. "No, it's not just that. There's more." Whitley's voice was urgent despite his weakness. "The railway is only part of the plan. Sir William doesn't trust it for the most valuable items anymore, not since he realised someone was investigating. He's arranged an alternate route for the truly priceless pieces." Holmes leaned forward, instantly alert. "What alternate route?" "The river. There's a steam launch moored at a private dock on the way. It belongs to Sir William's estate. Tonight, while attention is focused on the railway shipment, he plans to transport the most valuable artefacts downriver, bypassing all the usual inspection points. The launch can reach the Thames estuary by dawn, where a private yacht will be waiting to take the cargo abroad, to the continent, beyond British jurisdiction." "A classic misdirection," Holmes murmured. "The railway shipment serves as both legitimate business and convenient decoy, drawing our attention while the true prize escapes by water." He turned to Lestrade. "This complicates matters. We'll need to divide our forces further." "The river route was used by smugglers for centuries before the railways existed," Whitley continued, his strength visibly waning with the effort of speaking. "Sir William is merely reverting to older methods, ones where his influence ensures safe passage. The launch is scheduled to depart at midnight, when the railway operation will be fully underway and drawing any official attention." "Thank you, Mr. Whitley. This information may prove crucial." Holmes stepped back from the bedside, allowing Dr. Marsden to administer a sedative to his agitated patient. "Rest now. You've done more than enough to bring this conspiracy to light." As they withdrew from the sick room, Holmes' expression was thoughtful, his mind already recalculating their approach in light of this new information. "The web grows more complex, gentlemen. Sir William has woven a masterful design of deception and misdirection. using the very geography and history of this region to facilitate his crimes. "Can we still proceed as planned?" Lestrade asked as they returned to the dining room. "We must adapt, certainly, but the fundamental strategy remains sound. We'll need to add the river launch to our surveillance points." Holmes studied the map once more, his finger tracing the winding course of the River Wey as it flowed eastward toward its junction with the Thames. "Fordham Hall stands close to the river. Here, the private dock Whitley mentioned would be nearby." "I can dispatch one of my constables to locate and observe it," Lestrade offered. "Good, but we'll need more manpower for the river operation itself. The launch must be intercepted after it departs, but before it reaches the Thames." Holmes considered the problem, then came to a decision. "Watson, our visit to Fordham Hall this afternoon becomes even more essential. We must confirm the location of this dock and the launch, as well as gather the evidence linking Sir William directly to the operation." "And tonight?" Watson inquired. "Tonight," Holmes replied, his grey eyes glinting with determination. "We dismantle a smuggling enterprise that has operated with impunity for too long, protected by wealth, position, and the clever exploitation of this region's smuggling heritage. The Silver Lantern has illuminated the path for us. Now we must follow where it leads." Outside the doctor's residence, the village of Weybridge was fully awake now, its inhabitants going about their daily business unaware of the criminal conspiracy operating in their midst, or of the carefully coordinated response being planned in Dr. Marsden's dining room. The autumn sun had burned away the morning mist, revealing a landscape of gentle beauty. Rolling hills, ancient woodlands, the distant glint of the river winding through fertile farmland. It was a scene of rural tranquillity that had remained largely unchanged for centuries, despite the arrival of the railway and the gradual encroachment of the modern world. Yet beneath this peaceful surface, as Holmes and his allies had discovered, ran currents of deception and criminality that exploited both the land's natural features and its historical shadows, a sophisticated operation that had transformed the ancient smugglers' paths into contemporary conduits for illicit commerce. The silver lantern that had first drawn their attention to this case had proved to be both literal and metaphorical, a physical object of unusual design and a symbolic illumination of hidden truths. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the formal gardens of Fordham Hall as Holmes and Watson approached the imposing Georgian mansion along its tree-lined drive. The estate presented a picture of aristocratic prosperity and respectability. Manicured lawns, carefully tended flower beds now fading into autumn dormancy, ancient oak trees whose spreading branches had witnessed centuries of the Fordham family's presence in Surrey. The house itself rose 3 stories, its symmetrical facade of warm red brick punctuated by tall, multi-paned windows that reflected the slanting sunlight with a golden glow. "Impressive," Watson murmured as they walked the final stretch of gravel toward the main entrance. "One can see how Sir William maintains his position of authority in the community. This estate speaks of generations of wealth and influence." "A facade as carefully maintained as the gardens," Holmes replied, his voice low. "Remember, Watson, beneath this veneer of respectability lies a criminal enterprise of considerable scope. We must be vigilant while maintaining our pretense of innocent inquiry." They had spent the middle portion of the day refining their strategy with Lestrade. One of the inspector's constables had been dispatched to locate the private dock on the River Wey, while Lestrade himself continued surveillance of the abandoned depot, where activity had increased throughout the morning. Holmes had received a reply from Mycroft confirming that customs officers would be stationed at the coastal ports mentioned in Whitley's documents, ready to intercept any suspicious shipments arriving by rail. Their visit to Fordham Hall represented the most dangerous element of their plan, a direct approach to the spider at the centre of the web. Sir William was no common criminal to be intimidated by official attention, but a man of position and intellect, accustomed to moving in sophisticated circles, where appearances were maintained and unpleasantness handled with discreet efficiency rather than crude violence. "Our story is simple," Holmes reminded Watson, as they reached the broad stone steps leading to the main entrance. "We're following up on our conversation at the inn, seeking Sir William's local knowledge to assist in our search for the missing railway clerk. We've found some evidence suggesting Whitley may have been in Crossfield Woods, and we're canvassing those with intimate knowledge of the estate lands." "And if we're invited inside?" Watson asked, adjusting his tie and brushing a speck of dust from his sleeve. "We accept graciously. Our goal is to observe as much of the interior as possible. particularly the East Wing where Whitley's notes indicate Sir William maintains his private office. That room likely contains documentation that would connect him directly to the smuggling operation. A dignified butler answered their knock, regarding them with the polite but reserved expression perfected by generations of servants in grand houses, simultaneously welcoming and assessing, determining their proper place in the social hierarchy that governed such establishments. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson to see Sir William," Holmes announced, presenting his card. "We believe he may be expecting us." This last statement was a calculated risk. Sir William would have anticipated some follow-up to their encounter at the inn, but perhaps not a direct call at his residence. The suggestion that their visit was expected might gain them entry more readily than an unannounced appearance. The strategy proved effective. After a moment's hesitation, the butler inclined his head slightly. "If you would be so good as to wait in the entrance hall, gentlemen, I shall inquire if Sir William is available to receive visitors." They were shown into a spacious entrance hall with a black and white marble floor, its walls adorned with ancestral portraits and hunting trophies. A magnificent staircase curved upward to the upper floors, while corridors extended to the left and right, leading deeper into the mansion's interior. Holmes' keen gaze swept the space, noting potential exits, the layout of the ground floor, and most significantly, a partially open door at the far end of the right-hand corridor, through which could be glimpsed what appeared to be a well-appointed study or library. The butler returned within minutes, his expression now more openly welcoming. "Sir William will see you in the library, gentlemen. If you would follow me, please." As they proceeded down the right-hand corridor, Holmes maintained a casual demeanour while observing every detail of their surroundings. The corridor was lined with glass-fronted cabinets containing what appeared to be archaeological specimens, pottery fragments, small bronze figurines, ancient coins displayed on velvet backing. A collector's treasures, presented with scholarly precision, each item labelled with date and provenance. "Sir William's antiquities collection?" Holmes inquired conversationally of the butler. "A small portion of it, sir. The primary collection is housed in a purpose-built gallery in the East Wing. Sir William is a recognised authority on Mediterranean antiquities, particularly Egyptian and Greek artefacts." "How fascinating. Has the collection been in the family long?" "The current Sir William has greatly expanded it, sir, but the foundation was established by his grandfather during extensive travels in the 1840s. The family has maintained connections with archaeological expeditions ever since." They were shown into a magnificent library, a long, high-ceilinged room lined with bookshelves from floor to ceiling, broken only by tall windows overlooking the formal gardens at the rear of the house. A massive desk of polished mahogany dominated one end of the room, while comfortable leather armchairs were arranged in conversational groupings throughout the space. The air carried the pleasant sense of leather bindings, beeswax polish, and the faint distinctive aroma of pipe tobacco. Sir William rose from behind the desk as they entered, his imposing figure silhouetted against the afternoon light streaming through the windows. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, a somewhat unexpected pleasure." His tone was cordial, though a certain wariness lingered beneath the polished civility. "Carson, tea for our guests, if you please." As the butler withdrew, Sir William gestured toward the armchairs nearest his desk. "Please, be seated. I trust your investigations into Whitley's disappearance are progressing." "They've taken several interesting turns," Holmes replied, settling into one of the indicated chairs while Watson took the other. "We believe we're approaching a resolution of the matter." "Indeed?" Sir William resumed his own seat, his expression betraying nothing beyond mild interest. "Then perhaps your visit is to inform me that my assistance is no longer required." "On the contrary, Sir William, your unique knowledge of the area may prove invaluable." Holmes glanced around the library with apparent admiration. "What a magnificent collection of books! I notice several volumes on archaeology and ancient civilizations. Your interest in antiquities is well known, I believe." "A family passion, Mr. Holmes. My grandfather began collecting during the great age of archaeological discovery in the mid-19th century. I've had the privilege of continuing his work, albeit in a more scholarly fashion than was common in his day." "Admirable. The preservation of cultural artifacts for posterity and academic study is important work." Holmes leaned forward slightly. "I understand you maintain a gallery here at Fordham Hall?" "I do." Sir William's tone remained pleasant, though his eyes had narrowed almost imperceptibly. though I fear it isn't generally open to visitors without prior arrangement. The security requirements for such valuable items are, I'm sure you understand, quite stringent. Of course, perhaps another time. Holmes shifted smoothly back to their ostensible purpose. We've discovered evidence suggesting that Thomas Whitley may have been in Crossfield Woods shortly before his disappearance. As the woods form part of your estate, we wondered if you or your staff had observed anything unusual in that area recently. Unauthorized persons, perhaps, or unfamiliar vehicles. Sir William considered the question for a moment before responding. My gamekeeper conducts regular patrols, of course. There have been occasional reports of trespassers, hikers straying from the public footpaths, local youth seeking a private place for their amusements, that sort of thing. Nothing that would suggest a connection to your missing railway clerk. The arrival of tea temporarily paused the conversation. As Carson the butler arranged the service on a small table between their chairs, Holmes noticed the man's hands. Strong, work-roughed despite his current position, with a recent abrasion across the knuckles of his right hand, the sort of injury one might sustain in physical altercation. Or perhaps while shifting some cargo that didn't want to be shifted, as the man at the Green Man had phrased it. When they were alone once more, Holmes continued his gentle probing. We're particularly interested in an abandoned cottage within the woods. It shows signs of recent occupation, though of a temporary nature. Ah, the old forester's shelter, Sir William nodded. A relic from the days when the estate employed a full complement of woodland staff. It's been derelict for decades, though occasionally used by poachers or tramps, despite my gamekeeper's best efforts to secure it. If your clerk sought shelter there, it would explain his choice of location, though not his reasons for being in the woods in the first place. Indeed, the most curious aspect is that we found blood at the scene, not a large amount, but sufficient to suggest injury rather than mere accident. Sir William's expression remained impassive, though Holmes, watching closely, detected a momentary tension around the eyes. Most concerning? You suspect foul play, then? We consider all possibilities in cases of unexplained disappearance. Holmes sipped his tea, then set the cup down with deliberate precision. Which brings me to another matter of interest. The night mail train from Weybridge. I understand it passes through a tunnel on your land. Fordham Tunnel, yes, built when the railway was first established. My grandfather was one of the original investors in the line, recognising that modern transportation would be essential for the region's prosperity. Sir William's voice had taken on a lecturer's cadence, as if reciting a familiar family narrative. The tunnel cut through a natural ridge, saving considerable distance compared to routing around it. A sound business decision, and does the railway continue to represent a significant interest for the Fordham estate? I maintain a position on the regional board of directors, naturally. One must keep a hand in matters that affect local commerce. Sir William's gaze had hardened slightly, though his tone remained conversational. But I confess I'm struggling to see how these questions relate to your search for a missing railway employee, Mr. Holmes. Connections reveal themselves in unexpected ways, Sir William. For instance, we've learned that Whitley had recently taken an interest in certain railway operations, specifically unscheduled goods wagons attached to the night mail. Holmes watched carefully for a reaction. A curious matter for a clerk to investigate independently, wouldn't you agree? The charged silence that followed was broken by a soft knock at the library door. Without waiting for a response, a man entered, the scholarly figure Watson had observed with Sir William at the courthouse the previous day. Professor Harriman, if the clerk's identification had been correct. Sir William, I've completed the assessment of the recent acquisitions and... He stopped abruptly, noticing the visitors. I beg your pardon, I didn't realise you had company. Quite all right, Professor. Sir William's composure was impeccable, though Holmes noted the slight relief in his expression at the interruption. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are assisting with an inquiry into a missing railway employee. Gentlemen, Professor Edwin Harriman of the British Museum, a valued consultant on archaeological matters. Holmes rose, extending his hand. Professor, your reputation in Egyptology precedes you. Your monograph on dynastic chronologies was most illuminating. Harriman appeared momentarily flustered by this recognition, then pleased. You're familiar with my work, Mr. Holmes? I wouldn't have thought archaeological minutiae would interest a man of your practical pursuits. Knowledge recognises no artificial boundaries between disciplines, Professor. I find archaeological methods have much in common with criminal investigation. Both require careful observation, logical deduction, and an understanding of human nature across time and circumstance. An interesting perspective. Harriman glanced at Sir William, clearly uncertain how to proceed. Perhaps I should return later? The matter isn't urgent. No need, Professor. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson were just leaving, I believe. Sir William rose from his desk, the gesture unmistakably signalling the conclusion of their visit. Unless there were other questions specifically related to your missing person inquiry. None that need detain you further at present. Holmes smiled pleasantly, though his eyes remained sharp and observant. We appreciate your time and insights, Sir William. Should additional questions arise, we may call upon you again. Of course. Carson will show you out. Sir William moved to pull the bell cord beside the fireplace, summoning the butler. I wish you success in your investigation, gentlemen. A missing person is always a concerning matter. As they were escorted back through the entrance hall, Holmes paused briefly before one of the glass display cases, examining a collection of ancient coins. Remarkable preservation, he commented to the butler. Sir William's collection is clearly maintained with scholarly precision. Indeed, sir. Sir William is most particular about the documentation and care of his antiquities. Everything is catalogued and authenticated by experts like Professor Harriman before being added to the collection. As one would expect from a serious collector, Holmes moved on, his gaze sweeping the corridor they were traversing. I notice we're in the west wing of the house now. Does Sir William maintain offices in the east wing as well? For his railway business, perhaps? Sir William has several private rooms in the east wing, sir, including his personal study, but I'm afraid those areas are not accessible to visitors. The butler's tone, while still respectful, had cooled noticeably. Quite understandable. Security concerns, as Sir William mentioned. Holmes smiled disarmingly. The east wing would be through that corridor, I presume. He nodded toward a doorway visible at the far end of the entrance hall. It would, sir, but as I said, no need to concern yourself, Carson. We're merely orienting ourselves to the layout of this magnificent house. Architectural interest, you understand. They were shown out with the polite but firm efficiency of a butler, accustomed to managing his employer's social boundaries. As they descended the front steps and began the walk back down the tree-lined drive, Holmes maintained a casual pace until they were well beyond earshot of the house. Well, Watson, your observations. Sir William was guarded, but not overtly hostile. He seemed genuinely surprised by your questions about the railway operations. Surprised that we had knowledge of them, certainly, but not by the operations themselves. Did you notice his reaction when Professor Harriman interrupted? Relief followed by a silent communication between them. The professor recognized his mistake in mentioning recent acquisitions in our presence. And the butler, Carson? He has an injury to his right hand that matches the description of the man seen at the Green Man. Excellent, Watson. You're becoming more observant. Yes, I believe Carson serves a dual role in Sir William's household. Respectable butler by day, enforcer for the smuggling operation by night. A convenient arrangement that keeps trusted personnel close at hand. Did you learn what you hoped about the East Wing? Sufficient to confirm Whitley's information. The private study is indeed located there, and access is restricted, suggesting something worth protecting. More importantly, I was able to observe the rear of the house as we sat in the library. There's a path leading from the East Wing down toward the river, partially concealed by ornamental shrubbery. That would provide direct access to the private dock Whitley mentioned. They had reached the end of the drive now, where it joined the public road leading back toward the village. Holmes paused, looking back at Fordham Hall, its windows gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Sir William will be alarmed by our visit and the nature of our questions. He'll assume we're close to uncovering his operation, which may cause him to accelerate tonight's plans or possibly modify them. We must return to Dr. Marsden's immediately and update Lestrade. The remainder of the afternoon was consumed with finalising their strategy for the night's operation. Lestrade's constable had successfully located the private dock on the River Way, confirming that a steam launch was indeed moored there, a sleek, powerful vessel capable of considerable speed on the narrow river. The dock was connected to Fordham Hall by a private path, just as Holmes had observed, and was guarded by a single man who appeared to be making preparations for imminent departure. Meanwhile, activity at the abandoned depot had increased throughout the day. Multiple deliveries had arrived, crates and trunks of various sizes, all handled with notable care by workers, under the supervision of a foreman who matched the description of the taller man they had encountered in the tunnel. Everything pointed to preparations for a major shipment, exactly as Whitley had indicated. "We'll need to divide our forces," Holmes decided as they gathered around the map in Dr. Marsden's dining room. "Lestrade, you and one constable will position yourselves at the depot to intercept the goods being prepared for railway transport. Watson and I will take the river operation, with your second constable as backup. The critical timing will be just before midnight, when both the railway shipment and the river launch are scheduled to depart." "And Sir William himself?" Lestrade asked. "He's the head of this serpent." "He'll be at the river dock, overseeing the shipment of his most valuable contraband." Holmes was certain of this. His presence will provide direct evidence linking him to the criminal enterprise, evidence that his position and influence could otherwise obscure. "It will be difficult to approach the dock undetected," Watson observed, studying the map. "The path from the house appears to be the only direct access point, and that will surely be watched." "Which is why we won't approach by land at all." Holmes smiled, the expression holding a hint of anticipation. "We'll come by river, Watson, from downstream. The element of surprise will be crucial." "How do you propose to accomplish that? We don't have a boat." "But we soon shall. Mr. Pemberton has a friend in the village who keeps a small rowboat for fishing. He's arranged for us to borrow it this evening. We'll position ourselves downstream from the dock, concealed among the riverside willows, and wait for Sir William's operation to commence." As twilight began to settle over the Surrey countryside, the conspirators made their final preparations. Lestrade and his first constable departed for their position near the depot, planning to approach through Crossfield Woods to avoid detection. Holmes and Watson, accompanied by the second constable, would make their way to the river at dusk, using the rowboat to establish their position downstream from Sir William's dock before full darkness fell. "One last detail," Holmes said, as they prepared to leave Dr. Marsden's house. From his coat pocket he produced the silver lantern that had been at the centre of the mystery from the beginning. "This may prove useful tonight. Its signalling capabilities could allow us to coordinate our movements in darkness." "The very instrument that first alerted us to this conspiracy," Watson observed, watching as Holmes checked the oil reservoir and tested the rotating filter mechanism. "There's a certain poetry in using it to bring the case to its conclusion." Indeed, Thomas Whitley's courage in using this lantern to document the smuggling operation may have cost him dearly, but it has illuminated a path to justice. Holmes slipped the lantern back into his coat. "Come, Watson. Night approaches, and with it, the final act in the adventure of the silver lantern." As they stepped out into the gathering dusk, a thin mist was already beginning to form in the low-lying areas. Tendrils of white vapour that curled around their ankles and drifted across the village green like ghostly harbingers of the drama to come. The church clock struck 6, its mellow tones rolling across the quiet countryside, counting down the hours until midnight would bring both danger and resolution to the mystery that had drawn them to this peaceful corner of Surrey. The River Wey flowed dark and silent beneath a sky scattered with stars, its surface occasionally rippled by a passing night breeze or the movement of some unseen aquatic creature. The moon, nearly full, cast a silvery path across the water, though its light was frequently obscured by the banks of mist that had settled over the countryside as darkness deepened. Along the river bank, ancient willow trees dipped their trailing branches into the current, creating shadowy grottos perfect for concealment. It was within one such natural hiding place that Holmes, Watson and Constable Jenkins had positioned their borrowed rowboat shortly after 8 o'clock. The craft, a sturdy clinker-built vessel designed for fishing rather than speed, had carried them quietly downstream from the village to a point approximately 200 yards below Sir William's private dock. There, nestled among the overhanging willows, they waited with the patience of experienced hunters, watching for any sign of activity at their target. "Nearly 4 hours until the launch is scheduled to depart," Watson whispered, checking his pocket watch by the faint moonlight filtering through the branches. "Are you certain we've positioned ourselves correctly, Holmes? We can see little of the dock from here." "The dock itself matters less than the launch when it emerges," Holmes replied softly. "We know it must pass this point to reach the Thames. Our strategy is not to prevent its departure, but to intercept it once Sir William and his contraband are aboard and moving downriver. And if they've posted lookouts along the banks? Possible, but unlikely. Such men would be visible to ordinary river traffic during daylight hours and might draw unwanted attention. Sir William has maintained his operation for months through careful adherence to the appearance of legitimacy. Obvious sentries would contradict that strategy. Constable Jenkins, a solid, practical man selected by Lestrade for his steadiness under pressure, shifted slightly in the stern of the boat. "We could move closer, sir, under cover of the mist. It's thick enough now to conceal our approach if we stay close to the bank." Holmes considered this suggestion. "Not yet. The mist will likely thicken as the night progresses, providing better cover nearer to midnight. For now, we observe and wait. Patience, gentlemen, is often the detective's greatest ally." As the hours passed, they took turns maintaining watch, two resting while one remained alert for any sign of movement on the river or along its banks. The night grew colder, the mist forming and reforming in ghostly patterns across the water's surface. Occasionally the hoot of an owl or the distant whistle of a late train broke the silence, but the river remained undisturbed. At 11:30, Holmes roused his companions from their light doze. "The time approaches. We should move into position now." He checked the silver lantern once more, ensuring the shutters could be quickly adjusted to produce the blue light they had observed in the tunnel. "Jenkins, you'll remain with the boat, ready to pursue if necessary. Watson and I will approach the dock on foot, using the cover of the mist and riverbank vegetation." "And if the launch departs before you reach the dock?" the constable asked. "Signal with the lantern, 3 short flashes of blue light, visible from the river but not obvious from the house. We'll return immediately to pursue by water." Holmes secured his revolver in his coat pocket, confirming that Watson had done the same. "Remember, our primary objective is to catch Sir William in the act of transporting smuggled antiquities. The evidence must be irrefutable." They guided the rowboat closer to Sir William's dock, still maintaining the cover of overhanging foliage but near enough now to observe the launch. A sleek black-painted vessel with a small wheelhouse and covered cargo area amidships. A thin wisp of smoke from its funnel suggested the steam engine was being prepared for departure. A single lantern burned at the dock, its yellow glow creating a small island of light in the surrounding darkness. Holmes and Watson disembarked quietly onto the muddy riverbank, leaving Jenkins with the boat concealed among the willows. Moving with careful stealth, they made their way along the water's edge, using every available shadow and the increasingly thick mist for concealment. The ground was treacherous, slippery with river mud and hidden roots, but they advanced steadily, drawing closer to the dock with each passing minute. When they had reduced the distance to approximately 50 yards, Holmes signalled a halt. From their new position, partially concealed behind a large oak at the water's edge, they could now observe not only the launch but also the path leading down from Fordham Hall. 2 men stood on the dock beside the vessel, one apparently the engineer, making final adjustments to the steam engine, the other a guard armed with what appeared to be a shotgun, his attention focused primarily on the path from the house. "They're expecting company soon," Watson whispered, noting the guard's alertness. "Indeed, and here they come." Along the path from the house, moving with deliberate care in the misty darkness, came several figures. First was Carson, the butler, now transformed from his domestic role to that of Sir William's trusted lieutenant. He carried a bullseye lantern whose narrow beam illuminated the path just ahead of his feet. Behind him followed 2 workmen bearing a large wooden crate between them, its weight evident in their strained posture. "The first of the valuable cargo," Holmes murmured, "but not yet our primary quarry." They watched as the crate was carefully loaded aboard the launch, secured in the covered cargo area amidships. The workmen departed back up the path, presumably to retrieve more items, while Carson remained at the dock conferring quietly with the engineer. Over the next 20 minutes, this process was repeated several times, the workmen appearing with crates of various sizes, all handled with extreme care, all disappearing into the launch's cargo hold. With each delivery, the vessel settled slightly lower in the water, its burden increasing. "The question," Watson breathed, "is whether Sir William himself will oversee the departure or merely send his men." "He'll come," Holmes was confident. The most valuable pieces would never be entrusted solely to servants, no matter how loyal. And there, he gestured toward the path where new figures had appeared. "Our patience is rewarded." Sir William Fordham descended the path with the dignity befitting his station, a walking stick in one hand, a small leather case in the other. Behind him came Professor Harriman, carrying a similar case. Even in the dim light and swirling mist, The magistrate's commanding presence was unmistakable. His tall figure erect, his movements deliberate and assured, a man accustomed to authority and the deference of others. "The final and most precious cargo travels with its owner," Holmes observed. "Those leather cases likely contain items of extraordinary value. Small but priceless artifacts that Sir William will personally transport to the waiting yacht. Shall we move now?" Watson's hand had already closed around his revolver. "Not yet. Let them board first. We want them caught in the act of departure, with no possibility of claiming they were simply inspecting the vessel or engaged in some innocent nocturnal activity." They watched as Sir William and Harriman boarded the launch, the leather cases carefully stowed in the wheelhouse rather than with the larger cargo. Carson followed, while the guard remained on the dock preparing to cast off the mooring lines. "Now, Watson." They emerged from their hiding place, moving swiftly across the open ground toward the dock. The guard spotted them immediately, raising his shotgun, but Holmes was faster. The silver lantern, suddenly unshuttered to its full brightness, shone directly in the man's eyes, momentarily blinding him. In that crucial moment of disorientation, Watson closed the distance and delivered a powerful blow that sent the guard sprawling unconscious on the wooden planks. "Stop where you are," Holmes commanded, his revolver now trained on the launch where Sir William and the others stood frozen in surprise. "Scotland Yard, Sir William, your smuggling operation is finished." For a moment it seemed the magistrate might comply. Then, with remarkable speed for a man of his years, he lunged for the wheelhouse controls. The launch's engine roared to life, black smoke belching from its funnel as Carson frantically cast off the remaining mooring line. "Jenkins! The signal!" Holmes called, adjusting the lantern to emit its blue light in 3 sharp flashes toward their hidden colleague. The launch began to pull away from the dock, gathering speed as it entered the main current. Holmes, without hesitation, leaped from the dock onto the vessel's stern deck, barely making the jump as the distance widened. Watson, seeing his friend's perilous position, had no choice but to attempt the same feat, landing heavily but securely beside Holmes as the launch surged forward into the misty river. "Unwise, gentlemen." Sir William's voice was cold, his composure regained despite the unexpected intrusion. "Very unwise indeed." Carson had produced a revolver of his own, its barrel now levelled at the 2 intruders. "Shall I dispose of them, Sir William? A simple matter out here. Bodies in the river, no witnesses." "Not yet." The magistrate studied Holmes with calculating eyes. Mr. Holmes's well-known connection to Scotland Yard would make his disappearance too noteworthy. "Besides, I'm curious. How did you discover our operation? Whitley is dead, or soon will be if he isn't already. Who else betrayed us?" "Thomas Whitley is very much alive, Sir William," Holmes replied calmly, despite the revolver aimed at his chest. "Under protection and medical care, having provided detailed evidence of your smuggling enterprise, times, dates, locations, participants. Inspector Lestrade is currently at your depot, arresting your men and confiscating the goods prepared for railway shipment." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Sir William's aristocratic features. "You're bluffing. Lestrade has no jurisdiction here without my knowledge. I am the magistrate. A position you've abused to facilitate criminal activities." Holmes glanced briefly toward the riverbank, where the mist momentarily thinned to reveal Jenkins and the rowboat keeping pace with the launch. "Your operation is exposed, Sir William. Customs officers await at Portsmouth, Southampton and Brighton to intercept the railway shipments. Your network has been compromised at every point." "Even if that were true," Sir William's voice hardened, "you won't live to testify about what you've discovered here tonight. Carson." The butler raised his revolver, taking deliberate aim at Holmes's chest. In that same instant, the launch gave a sudden, violent lurch as something struck its hull from the riverside. The impact, though not damaging to the sturdy vessel, was sufficient to throw Carson off balance. His shot went wild, splintering wood in the wheelhouse rather than finding its intended target. Watson, seizing the momentary advantage, threw himself forward, tackling the butler with the same formidable strength that had once made him a rugby player of note. The 2 men crashed to the deck in a tangle of limbs, the revolver spinning away across the planking. Simultaneously, Holmes lunged for Sir William, who had drawn a small but lethal-looking pistol from his coat. They grappled briefly, the magistrate displaying surprising strength, before Holmes executed a precise defensive manoeuvre that sent the weapon flying into the river. Behind them, Professor Harriman cowered in the wheelhouse, offering no resistance as the launch, now without a helmsman, began to drift erratically in the current. A sharp whistle pierced the night. Jenkins signalling from the rowboat that had rammed the launch and now drew alongside. "Police! Surrender your vessel!" With Watson now firmly in control of the subdued Carson, and Holmes maintaining his grip on Sir William, the brief but intense struggle reached its conclusion. The launch was secured to the rowboat with a line, and Jenkins clambered aboard to assist in restraining the prisoners. "A fine piece of nautical strategy, Constable," Holmes commended the officer. "Your timing was impeccable." "Seemed the obvious move, sir, when I saw you both aboard and under threat." Jenkins, a man of few words but sound judgment, quickly secured Carson with handcuffs produced from his pocket. "This is outrageous," Sir William blustered, though the aristocratic authority had drained from his voice, replaced by the desperate anger of a man who sees his carefully constructed world collapsing. "I am a magistrate, a respected collector. These items are my legitimate property, being transported for an exhibition. At midnight, via steam launch, with armed guards." Holmes raised a sceptical eyebrow. "I think not, Sir William, but the contents of these crates and your leather cases will provide the final proof." He turned to Jenkins. "Constable, signal the shore party. I believe Inspector Lestrade arranged for additional officers to be stationed near the village in case they were needed." While Jenkins used the silver lantern to signal toward the riverbank, Holmes and Watson conducted a preliminary examination of the cargo. The wooden crates, when carefully opened, revealed exactly what they had expected. Antiquities of evident age and value, packed for transportation without the documentation that would accompany legitimate export. More damning were the contents of the leather cases Sir William and Harriman had carried. Small, exquisite pieces of ancient jewellery and ceremonial objects, several bearing museum identification marks that had been partially obscured. Items stolen from their countries of origin, smuggled into England through your network of corrupt officials and transport workers, then either added to your private collection or sold to wealthy collectors who ask no questions about provenance, Holmes summarised, holding up a gold scarab bearing the cartouche of an Egyptian pharaoh. A profitable enterprise, no doubt, but one that ends tonight. "You understand nothing," Sir William's voice was bitter. "These treasures would have been destroyed or lost forever in their countries of origin. I preserved them, studied them, and appreciated their historical significance. Is that truly a crime? The law recognises no special exemption for theft committed with cultural appreciation, Sir William, and I suspect the museums and archaeological authorities who have been searching for these items would take exception to your claim of preservation." Within half an hour the riverbank was alive with activity. Lestrade had arrived with his officers, having successfully raided the depot and arrested Sir William's workers there. The steam launch was secured to the dock, its valuable cargo catalogued and removed under police supervision. Sir William, Carson and Professor Harriman were taken into custody, the magistrate's protests growing increasingly feeble as the evidence against him mounted. "A most satisfactory conclusion," Lestrade observed, watching as the prisoners were led away toward waiting police carriages. "Though I confess, Holmes, your river pursuit was not part of the plan we discussed. Adaptability is essential in our line of work, Inspector. When Sir William attempted to flee, we had little choice but to improvise." Holmes held up the silver lantern, its light now burning steady and clear in the misty darkness. "Fortunately, we had the means to signal for assistance when needed." "Whitley's lantern," Watson noted. "The object that first drew our attention to this case has played a role at every critical juncture. Indeed, a symbol of illumination in more ways than one." Holmes turned the lantern thoughtfully in his hands. "It guided us to the truth, signalled through the darkness, and ultimately helped bring a criminal enterprise to justice. I believe it has earned a place among the memorabilia of our cases, Watson." As the night's work concluded, the mist began to thin, revealing a landscape transformed by moonlight. The river a ribbon of silver stretching toward distant horizons, the countryside peaceful once more now that the hidden corruption had been exposed and excised. The ancient smugglers' paths that had been repurposed for modern crime would return to their slumber, historical curiosities rather than active conduits of illegal commerce. 3 days later, Holmes and Watson sat once more in the familiar confines of their Baker Street lodgings. A fire crackled cheerfully in the grate, dispelling the chill of the October evening, while Mrs. Hudson's excellent dinner had been cleared away, replaced by brandy and pipes. On the mantelpiece, alongside Holmes's other curious mementos, stood the silver lantern. Cleaned and polished now, its light extinguished, but its presence a reminder of recent adventures. "The papers are full of Sir William's arrest," Watson remarked, indicating the stack of newspapers on the side table. The revelation that a respected magistrate led a smuggling ring has created quite the sensation. As I expected it would. The case touches on all the elements the public finds most fascinating: wealth, corruption in high places, ancient treasures, secret passages. Your account of it should prove popular with your readers, Watson. I've already begun preliminary notes. The Adventure of the Silver Lantern seems an appropriate title, given the central role of that object throughout our investigation. Holmes nodded agreement, drawing thoughtfully on his pipe. "And what of Thomas Whitley? Have you had word from Dr. Marsden regarding his recovery?" "Indeed. A letter arrived this morning. Whitley is much improved and expected to make a full recovery. The railway company has offered him his position back, with an increase in salary as compensation for his ordeal. It seems they're quite eager to distance themselves from any suggestion of complicity in Sir William's operation. As one would expect, corporate entities are quick to reward those who expose wrongdoing once that wrongdoing has been publicly revealed." Holmes smiled slightly. "Still, it's a satisfactory outcome for a man whose courage in documenting the criminal activities he discovered nearly cost him his life. And the antiquities themselves? What becomes of them?" "Mycroft informs me that those bearing museum identification marks will be returned to their rightful institutions. The remainder will be examined by experts to determine their origins, with the ultimate goal of repatriation where possible." Holmes rose, crossing to the window that overlooked Baker Street, its gas lamps creating pools of yellow light in the gathering darkness. "The path of the silver lantern has led us to a just conclusion, Watson. The smugglers' ancient routes have been closed once more, the modern criminal enterprise that exploited them dismantled. Sir William and his accomplices will face the consequences of their actions, and artifacts of historical significance will return to their proper places. A successful case in every respect, then." "Indeed." Holmes turned from the window, his keen grey eyes reflecting the firelight. "Though perhaps the greatest satisfaction lies not in the capture of criminals or the recovery of treasures, but in the vindication of a humble railway clerk who, armed with nothing more than a silver lantern and a sense of justice, dared to challenge corruption that reached from rural Surrey to the highest levels of society." Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, its soft patter against the window panes creating a soothing rhythm that seemed to underscore the comfort of their familiar rooms after the dangers and exertions of their adventure in the countryside. The silver lantern gleamed in the firelight, its polished surface reflecting dancing flames, a silent witness to the resolution of the mystery it had helped to illuminate, and a fitting addition to the collection of unusual objects that marked the many successful investigations of Sherlock Holmes. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the shimmering skyline of Hong Kong, the candlelit calm of Budapest, the starry silence of Nairobi, or the ocean breeze of Santorini? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness find you, let your dreams drift far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.